15 to order. First item on the agenda, Pledge of Allegiance. County Council, will you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item is oral communication. Public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda.
Yes, greetings again to the board. My name is Paul McNall, child advocate, and I'm here because of a moral obligation, and that obligation is the children of Tuolumne County. I wanted to speak further about programs that I would like to layer into the child welfare services, such as parent partners, but something more interesting has come up. A little bird twittered in my ear that I should commend Supervisor Sherry Brennan for attending a child welfare services motion hearing last Wednesday. She says it's not true, but I know you're sworn to secrecy. So we'll talk about parent partners, which is another safeguard against child detention. It's the whole point of in the best interest of the children, and the best is in capital letters. Parent partners are parents that have already been through the Child Welfare Services mill. They know what's coming up. They know what's behind them. They know the right words to say. And they're also peers to most of the people out there that are being looked at. So instead of Child Welfare Services sending out their workers all dressed up real nice with their badge and their intimidation and everything, send out peers that can relate on the same level, know the words to say to get these parents to change their ways. And if that doesn't work, well, then you send in the infantry. Thank you. We'll be seeing you next time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Lynn McCormick, Youth Literacy and Outreach Librarian at Tuolumne County Library. I'm here to talk real quickly about our upcoming 15th annual Trivia Bee that will be held Saturday, March 14th at the Sonora Opera Hall. The doors will open at 5. At 5:30, we will have our social hour with food being provided by the Sonora Emblem Club. At 6:30, the Trivia Bee will begin. These services help support all of the literacy services at Tuolumne County Library, and we hope to see everybody come. You can buy audience tickets at any branch of the Tuolumne County Library, and we do still have slots for teams who are interested. It's $200 to sponsor a 3-member team, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held February 3rd, 2015, approving a contract amending the Tuolumne County between the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department and Crestwood Behavioral Health, Inc. to increase the compensation by $125,000 for fiscal year 2013, 2014, and 2014-2015, authorizing the chair to sign. Approving correspondence to Senators Feinstein and Boxer, and Congressman McClintock in support of Senate Bill 377 and House Resolution 745, making permanent the Medicare Support Rule add-on supplement for ambulance services. Approving a step increase for County Council based on the positive performance evaluation. Adopting resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Office to apply and accept the 2014-2015 Department of Recreation Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Grant. Approving the amendment to the conflict of interest codes for the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire District, Sheriff's Office, and Groveland Community Service District. Approving the following for the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission. The reappointment of Joan Alfred as a commissioner and appointment of Adrian Seeger, Laura Sunday, and Marcia Williams as alternates. Approving the following for the Board of Supervisors Airport Committee. The reappointment of Jim Stenger, Steve Martin, and Greg Thompson, and accepting the resignation of Gary Thompson and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Approving the reappointment of Denise Henderson to the Oak Grove Cemetery District. Approving the reappointment of Ron Koff to the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee. And approving the appointment of Frank Rains to the Board of Appeals.
Is there any item on the consent calendar that the board wishes to pull at this time?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 2, please.
Item 2. Any other items? Okay, looking for a motion to approve.
Move on the consent calendar.
A second.
Item 2.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Mr. Royce.
Item 2 is consideration of approving a contract amendment between the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department and Crestwood Behavioral Health, Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning. Rita Austin from Behavioral Health.
So I just have a couple of questions. I was curious about the number of clients we're servicing through this contract. I was also curious, let me see here. There was something in here talked about the financial aspect to this item. And I think these are all state funds.
These funds are realignment 91.
Okay.
So these are associated with our sales tax and vehicle license fees.
Okay.
In terms of the number of people we're serving, Crestwood Behavioral, we currently have 6 persons who are placed in that facility. It's averaging about $15,500 per month, and so the trend report indicates that we would, well, at this point we've exceeded the contract, so in order to
Right.
be able to do that. It is one of our most cost-effective facilities and also works very closely with us on transitioning people back into the community. So,
Okay. I also had a question on the contract. I noticed, and this may be a county council, there was a question that asks if it's a minority, local, or major contract, and that would be on page 5 of 25. I was just curious what that meant. It looks like it's like a generic template type contract where you fill out all the...
generally, all of our contracts that are between ourselves and other facilities, because these are state and or federal funds associated,
Yeah.
there's an awful lot of language to assure that certain criteria, such as ethnic representation and makeup,
Yeah.
that there's language skills available and things of that nature. So
Yeah.
oftentimes those are very boilerplate in nature.
Okay.
Right, I would agree with that, although the amended agreement is a pretty standard county council template. amended
Sure.
Agreement, okay.
I just saw that box, and I was curious if we had requirements to meet certain obligations to hire certain amounts of minorities or something like that.
We don't have obligations. We are evaluated annually in terms of assuring that our demographic makeup
Yeah.
and representation is matching both in our local provider services and in our facilities.
Okay. Would you expect in future years that we'll need to budget a higher amount? I noticed this was probably an additional third. So is that something you anticipate will be kind of more of a new norm, I guess, for this?
I would hope it's not a new norm. What I do need to say to the board is that we have one particular individual who's running a little over $21,000 a month in placement, which has thrown a lot of our residential. So sometimes the
That's crazy.
curve of one person can throw off when we're doing very, very well across the board to bring people back into the community, give
Yeah.
supports and things. One person who may be very, very ill and have some safety issues if they return to the community can throw that off.
I recall in the past we've talked about the same agenda item in a different context, but it's the same problem, and you have one severe case, and it can be extraordinarily expensive. So I'm okay with this. It always catches my attention, and I just want to look at it. In the future, actually, I'd like the opportunity to sit down with you just to talk about this, to look for solutions that we could include in our legislative platform to help deal with situations where, like this, it's one individual that's costing taxpayers an extraordinary amount of money. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve it, and thank you for taking care of my questions.
Second. We have first and second. Any other questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Consideration of approving certificates of recognition for Levi Lowe, Mia Penrose, and Maya Rowe for, actually it's Levi Lowe, Mia Penrose, and Maya Rowe in winning first, second, and third in the Poetry Out Loud 2015 competition.
All right. Are all three of the winners in the audience today? Oh, they are. Yeah, could you come up here and maybe
Good morning.
stand next to the wall? And then we'll let Connie go ahead.
Two
with
of
it.
the good morning.
All right.
Connie O'Connor, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, who is the sponsoring agency for Poetry Out Loud. Congratulations to you for making their names a poem. I love it. It was great. This is a really thrilling day, and I'm really sorry also to say that Maya Primrose is not here today because she's sick, and unfortunately won't be here to share in this really great honor. Poetry Out Loud in Tuolumne County has been represented very well by these individuals behind me, and you should all be very proud of the fact that Tuolumne County has made a significant impact in this program, which is populated by 40,000 students in California. I think that Supervisor Hanvelt could attest to that. I saw him in the audience the other night and know that he enjoyed it. I would like to also introduce Rick Foster, who is the person that has been involved with Poetry Out Loud in Tuolumne County since its beginning 7 years ago. He's also the major coach for all of the kids that go through this program. And unfortunately, Bonnie Bryson, who is the coordinator of this year of Poetry Out Loud, is not available here today either. So I'm going to call Rick up.
Poetry Out Loud, as you may know, is a national contest, and it will culminate in May in Washington, D.C., where contestants from all 50 states and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and Guam, I think, will try for this year's championship. It started in classrooms all over America, went through school competitions, then county competitions. We have a state competition it'll be finishing up 2 weeks from yesterday in Sacramento, to which Levi will be representing us. I should tell you that in the 7 years now, well, 6 years that I've taken kids to the state, Tuolumne County student has finished in the finalists. We've been selected from it's about 36 of the states of the counties participate. Not all of them do, but includes all of the big ones. You know, counties with thousands of high school students to compete for the prize. Our kids have finished in the finalists all 6 years that we've gone there. The finals that are winnowed down from 36 or so to 8 or 9. And I see no reason why we shouldn't continue to have that storied past for such a small county. 3 years ago, Jonathan Bermia finished third in the whole state, and he was so impressive that they asked him to come back the next year and be a judge. So with that, I would like to introduce you to our two placers today. Maya This Mia Maya thing has driven me crazy. I only had to deal with the low row thing. But it's kind of like a poem by Kay Ryan, former laureate. Anyway, Maya was our third finisher this year. She's a junior, is that right, at Somerville Connections. And Levi is a sophomore at Sonora High. And they really deserve what we're giving them.
Thank you. Okay, what I'm going to do is ask for.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we approve the certificates of recommendation.
That's what I was going to ask for. And we have a first.
Second.
And any public comment? Pardon? The second was Carl. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes 5-0. Okay, we've approved these recognitions. And what I'd like to do is have Supervisor Hanvelt come up with me and present these. All right, I want to get this right. Maya? All right.
It's a test.
And Levi?
Yeah.
Okay, and will you take this one?
I will. Thank you
And
very much.
congratulations on the job well done. And Supervisor Handel has something to say.
Yeah, I do. First of all, I've attended, I think, 5 of the last 6 competitions. If you want to see something impressive, go experience something impressive, I should say. Go to Poetry Out Loud next year, our local competition. It gets tougher every year. And I'm very impressed with these things. And by the way, your exploits have preceded you to Sacramento, because both Assemblyman Bigelow and Senator Berryhill wish for me to, on their behalf, to give you a certificate of recognition from their office. For you, Levi. Let's see, this is from Miss Primrose. That's you. And for Maya. And beyond that, your exploits have gone as far as Washington, D.C., because the congressman also wishes to congratulate you and give you a certificate of recognition. I personally like to congratulate you on an excellent effort. I listened to both of you, and is it Maya or Mia? Miss Primrose? Okay, well, okay. Anyway, I listened, and I was very impressed. It was a tough competition. So I want to congratulate you for winning. I want to congratulate you for doing a great job, and wish you success in Sacramento. Connie just said they're working on doing this live, so maybe you won't even have to show up. You'll be able to get a live stream of it. It's very impressive what these kids do. They're absolutely amazing. They got to do 2 separate poems, present these and perform them, and then the finalists have to do a 3rd one. And it's amazing what they do. So. And they're long. And put it on your agenda for next year. You'll be appreciate that you did it.
All right. Any public comment? Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Thank you. Okay, will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming March 1st through 7th, 2015 as Weights and Measures Week in Tuolumne County, celebrating 100 years of service.
Good morning, Chairman Gray and board members. I'm Gary Stockel. I'm the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures here for Tuolumne County. And as background, I'd just like to say a few words. The Division of Weights and Measures is mandated by state law to protect the interests of the buyer and the seller. Every transaction involving the exchange of goods, property, and service is affected in a very vital way by some form of weights and measures. The first weights and measures laws in the United States were signed into law on March 2nd, 1799, ensuring that the newly formed nation would share a common framework for growth. The National Weights and Measures Conference annually designates March 1st through 7th as Weights and Measures Week, commemorating these first laws. The Tuolumne County Department of Weights and Measures was established in 1915 to protect the economic interest of both buyer and seller in all commercial transactions involving weight, measure, or count. H.S. Richardson was appointed the first sealer of weights and measures in Tuolumne County that same year. In 2014, I, Gary W. Stockel, was appointed as the 13th sealer in Tuolumne County. Through comprehensive and systematic testing and inspection by diligent weights and measures inspectors, consumers and businesses are assured accuracy in all transactions that are based on quantities of weight, measure, count, or time. Additionally, we verified price accuracy on advertised items and that petroleum products meet quality and quantity standards. The seal of approval found on all measuring devices certified by Tuolumne County Division of Weights and Measures is an assurance to all consumers that the accuracy of weighing and measuring devices is being maintained. It is recommended that your board adopt the resolution proclaiming March 1st through 7th, 2015 as Weights and Measures Week in Tuolumne County, with a special recognition that we're celebrating 100 years in this county.
Right. Any questions, comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, in recognition that we've been official Weight Watchers for 100 years, I'd like to move that we adopt this resolution.
Okay, we have a first and second. Any public comment? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming March 2, 2015 as Social Worker Appreciation Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. My name is Annie Hockett, and I'm here today as Program Manager for the Department of Social Services, asking that the board recognize for the first time March as National Social Worker Appreciation Month. When someone hears the term social worker, many images may come to mind. You may conjure up images of hospitals, schools, mental health settings, criminal justice, and corrections, to name just a few. Regardless of what specific setting comes to your mind, if you are aware of the core components of social work practice, you will likely envision an individual who cares deeply for those who are suffering and puts forth great effort to help those in need. The field of social work is complicated, to say the least. We deal with the issues that many citizens prefer not to know about: child abuse, elder and dependent abuse, homelessness, substance abuse, mental illness, domestic violence, unemployment, poverty, oppression, and discrimination. By all intents and purposes, we work with the ills of our community and attempt to employ creative problem solving to assist those in which we serve. This work is one of the most highly criticized and more thankless in the community. Given the complexity of the situations and the high emotional content of the work, social workers do not hear words of gratitude that often. I hope this resolution helps show the social workers employed by the County of Tuolumne that our community is appreciative of the work they do and recognize the impact they have on creating a healthy and safe community. I personally feel very fortunate to have such an incredibly committed group of individuals to work with, and feel honored to call them my professional colleagues. I'll end with a quote by Jane Addams, who is largely credited with establishing the field of social work as a profession, and it goes like this: What, after all, has maintained the human race on this old globe, despite all the calamities of nature and all the tragic failings of mankind, if not faith in new possibilities and courage to advocate for them? I believe this quote exemplifies the belief that change is possible and necessary to build a just world, and Tuolumne County social workers are the change agents that are helping us get there. With that, I'd like to read the resolution, and I would ask that all the social workers present in the room stand while I read it to be acknowledged. We've got a few here. And they're all sitting together. Okay. Whereas the National Association of Social Workers has proclaimed March 2015 as National Social Worker Month, and whereas the theme for March 2015 National Social Worker Month is Social Work Paves the Way for Change, and whereas social workers strive to make a difference in the day-to-day lives of citizens by helping to build support and empower positive family and community relationships, and whereas social workers play an important role in the health and well-being of Tuolumne County citizens by working in behavioral health, clinics, hospitals, social services, child welfare, and educational settings. And whereas National Social Worker Month is a way to extend thanks and gratitude to the Tuolumne County social workers who strive to make positive changes for our families and community. Be it resolved that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors recognizes March 2015 as National Social Worker Month in Tuolumne County. So with that, I would ask the board to adopt the resolution you have in front of you.
Okay, comments before I call for a motion for the resolution? Supervisor?
Yeah. A lot of people may not realize this, but this is one area where if counties didn't do this, no one would. And it's very, very important work. It takes extremely special people. I know I couldn't do it, but it takes very special, committed, dedicated, caring people to do this kind of work day in and day out. A lot of it is unpleasant, but very, very important. And I want to thank those of you that are here today for coming so that we can recognize you in person, but also to all of those that are not here. I would be very happy to move that the board adopt the resolution proclaiming March 2015 as Social Worker Appreciation Month in Tuolumne County, and thank you very much for everything you do.
Supervisor?
Yeah, I have to echo those comments. These people are dedicated, passionate about what they do. I've not met one who isn't passionate about what they do. And without you, I hate to think what this county would be like, what our world would be like. You do a remarkable job. And I have to say thank you as well. And I'll second the motion.
That's a second. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I'd also like to personally thank you, and it's a pleasure to recognize you. And you guys do serve an extremely noble mission, helping people find stability and independence in our community, and that helps our community as a whole, makes it a better place. And I think that, as was said, it's difficult work. You get to deal with difficult situation, and thank you so much for the work that you do.
And
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I would also like to echo the comments that have been made, and thank you for so eloquently articulating the effort that they put into their job and the work that they do for the entire community. Thank you.
And my thank you also. I think everything that was said is really important for all of us to remember how hard you work, how difficult the job can be. So thank you. And with that, I'll ask for any public comment. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 15.
Presentation of county service awards for county's employees from County Administration, Human Service Agency, and Community Resources Agency.
Ms. Connolly.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board. Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And it is my pleasure to be here today to recognize Geraldine, we know her as Cookie Rains, Fiscal Supervisor for the Ambulance Department for her 25 years as a County Human Services employee. Cookie began her career in March of 1990 as an account clerk 2 and moved up to senior account clerk in 1992. One of Cookie's challenges at that time was to assist in the transition of the manual warrants, we used to do it by paper, to an automated system, and Cookie made significant contributions in that transition. She was promoted to fiscal technician in 1999. Starting then, Cookie worked diligently to improve our ambulance receivables and brought account billings current. She took on additional tasks, setting up ambulance billing policies and procedures and taking on a lead role to staff. For her efforts, she became a fiscal supervisor in 2002, and she has continued to impress her supervisor and staff with her professionalism, dependability, and work ethic. Cookie always learns her jobs quickly, completes assignments efficiently, and has always been able to take on new responsibilities and tasks with initiative, focus, and a positive attitude. Even when she was charged to take on a project with little direction from the state, she would handle the challenges calmly and objectively, analyzing and determining the most effective way to complete the assignment. Cookie has been instrumental in assuring maximum revenue recovery in the Ambulance Enterprise Fund, over $4.8 million last year. She has also worked closely with the Human Services Chief Fiscal Officer to obtain additional one-time Medi-Cal reimbursement through the Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Program, bringing in over $560,000 in the past 2 years. Cookie is a dedicated public servant committed to the job and community. HSA is so fortunate to have had an employee of Cookie's caliber for the past 25 years, and I would ask that the board join me in recognizing her for her efforts. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To say it's been fun. I've seen a lot of changes and hope to see some more and hope to stick it out for several more years. Thank you.
Another 20 at least, right?
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Deputy CR Director Duke York is also here, and to recognize Ann Weaver. Ann Weaver began as a road worker 1, not just 20 years ago, but actually 22 years ago in 1993 as a temporary county employee. 2 years later, in 1995, she was hired as a permanent road worker 2, and her outstanding performance was recognized 2 years later when she was promoted to a senior road worker. And Duke's going to talk a little bit more about some of the things that Ann has performed out in the field.
I'm proud to acknowledge Annie's contribution for her 22 years with the CRA Roads Division. Most of those years were spent with the East Division, which is based in Tuolumne. But she was also worked on the spray program, and she worked with the support services in doing stenciling over the years. She has operated about every piece of equipment that the county has, including the motor grader. In fact, there was an incident, I believe it occurred on Buckhorn Grade, where several members of the public called in and commented on that blonde girl you have can really plow some snow. So she's quite accomplished. and she's been doing cleaning culverts. They've been on paving jobs, ditching, chip seals, flagging, brushing. She's proficient with a chainsaw, whacker. She does minor mechanical work on the equipment that we keep at the yards. She has an extensive knowledge of the East Division road system. With the 3 road divisions, they roughly have about 200 miles of road, and it's important that they know those roads very well because they need to know, given certain incidences, where to go, what culverts can be problematic, and things like that. She also has knowledge through the other programs and activities she's done of the entire road system. If you ever want some really good entertainment on a snow day, which we haven't seen too much of, but during a snowstorm, if you listen to the radio chatter and listen to all those folks out there when they're doing the work, they have some very colorful place names. Not all of them fit for the boardroom. They have some very colorful place names for various locations in the county, and it's very entertaining. Annie's a great public servant. She's always been very punctual, and one of the things that I know that she's very good at, because of her knowledge of all the equipment, she's great when it comes to training new employees. So that's everything I got to say.
All right. Is Annie here?
Thank you. Hope I got a few more years to go. Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you.
What Annie said is she hopes she has a couple years more.
I'd like to have Mo come on up here. Come on, Maureen.
Mosey on up, Mo.
All right. It was just by way of the reminder to the board, it was just a month or so ago that I was hauled up here for some 30-year recognition, and I got accused saying I was going to cause retribution or something like that with Mo. Well, guess what? She's back. So anyway, I'm trying not to be an overachiever in these things, but I have helpers that do this. Thank you, Ann, for giving me some dirt. No, it's actually pretty clean. But just by way of some background, and I'll contrast this with my own preparation, for coming to work for the county administrator's office. But Mo did get her bachelor's in political science from San Diego State University, and also received a master's, an MPA from USC. There you go. I know the sheriff would like that very much. I wonder why. But something normally we don't talk about, but I'll contrast this with my own preparation for working in the county administrator's office. By way of contrast, Mo interned at all of the following places: the San Diego Mediation Center, the program branch of the California State Department of Economic Opportunity, the Roseville Hospital, the Personnel Division of the City of Glendale, Intergovernmental Relations Community Development Commission of LA County, and then the Jackson County Administrator's Office up in Jackson County, Oregon, where she got her first full-time position. And that prepared her to come to work for the County of Tuolumne's Administrator's Office. By contrast, I did graduate. It wasn't a GED from Sonora High. And I did work as a busboy at the Europa. So, that's right. She fills in where my rough spots. But she was hired with the county as an administrative analyst, too, in March of 1995. Quickly rose to the position of senior administrative analyst, and shortly after I became county administrator, showing great wisdom and judgment, knowing she was much better prepared than I was, we quickly made her a deputy county administrator, where she has served diligently since 2006. But just by way of some of the things that Mo has done, in her assignments, she's been our OES coordinator. She followed me in that position as OES coordinator for, about a dozen years? Yeah. And one thing I got to say, we can't find the picture, and that's probably a good thing, but the newspaper took a picture of us when we were doing the passing of the baton, and we're standing by each other like so, and it looked like our engagement picture. And someone, I think it was with the ambulance company, actually did a subheader to that extent. My wife was confused, but it was all okay. But she did a great job there with emergency services. She's been a great budget analyst over those times, where she has always been fair, but also has a reputation or nickname called Mo the Knife. So that struck fear in the hearts of departments. She's also been a Skelly officer in some of our more difficult personnel type things. But as a division manager, she's been over purchasing in the past, recreation, libraries in the past, doing great jobs there. We've passed those on to others at this time. She still is in charge of recreation and also facilities and our capital improvements, and she's done a fabulous job in there. Some of the projects I know she's really been proud of is her efforts in our emergency operations center / fire management area / ambulance station on Stryker Court, the juvenile detention facility, which we're going to break ground on here soon, and looking forward to working with the sheriff and his staff on the new county jail. Some of her characteristics, this is for the most part straight. Now, she's very versatile. She's very diligent. She's very hardworking. She's no nonsense. She takes good care of her employees. I mean that sincerely. Wherever she works, she's always looking after her employees, knows more about people's personal lives than I can remember in my own family. And she strives to serve all of her customers, as she puts it, all of her customers, internal or external, very well. She serves hard. She does have some unique characteristics, though. I think she's the only person in the county government that has stock in Disneyland. Mo is all about Disney. The sheriff made banner from the construction site of the new jail, but she does have a Disney construction management hat. Actually, it would have gotten great if I brought it in here with her polka dots today. And Mo also has a strange foot fetish. You'll know that Mo is in the house when the footwear goes off and you hear the thumping feet of Mo coming across the 4th floor. But despite all of that, she is a trusted friend and co-worker, and she has served me, our office, this board, and the residents of Tuolumne County very well. For that, I thank her very much.
Thank you so much. I'm very humbled by this. When I first came to Tuolumne County, I don't know if it was an ominous sign, but the day I started, March 15th, we declared a local state of emergency. So there I was. So anyway, as the OES coordinator. I'd like to thank Craig and the board for allowing me to serve this community. One thing that my parents instilled in me was a sense of hard work and a sense of giving back to your community. So I know he's probably watching. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. They are my customers, whether they're county employees or whether they're citizens of this community. And I feel it's my job to really help them out and to get through the process, because sometimes it's not easy. Government can be difficult, and so to find those paths and find those roads. I'm very honored to work with all the county employees. They're an awesome bunch of people, and it's just been nice, and I will be here for a while. So thank you.
And thank you so much. Okay, I think we're going to take item 23 next. Is that no? Okay. Excuse me. We'll move through this, I think, pretty quickly. Next item, please.
Consideration of approving an appointment to the Tuolumne County Planning Committee Let me just start over. Consideration of approving an appointment of a Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner member to the Ag Advisory Committee.
Chairman Gray, board members, I'm Gary Stockel, Agricultural Commissioner. We have a vacancy on our Agricultural Advisory Committee. It's a 5-member board. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission member is the position that is vacant. It's a position that serves for a one-year term. Bev Shane, with the Community Resources Director, sent a memo to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission members seeking volunteers and those interested in turning an application. We received one application for the vacant position, Robert Bob Fulcher, and the candidate's application for appointment is attached. It's recommended that your board appoint Robert Bob Fulcher to the Agricultural Advisory Committee as a TCPC representative for a term to expire February 15th, 2016.
Thank you. Any board comment?
I'll just say thank you to Bob for stepping up and taking on an additional hat. It's a lot of work on the Planning Commission, and one more committee is just that much more. And with that, I would like to make a motion that we appoint Bob Fulcher to the Ag Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
First and second, any public comment? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And let equity prevail.
Okay. Item 17.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C.
Okay.
Mr. Pedro, are you handling this one?
I'm handling it today.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Mr. Chairman, your board did first declare a local state of emergency due to drought back on February 4th, 2014, and we've been back here no less than at least once a month ever since, updating that resolution. I just wanted to give you some updates today. I'm going to start with what's the status of some of our larger water systems. We will have the Tuolumne Utility District will come at the beginning of your first meeting in April to give a full report at that time. Normally in March, that's an important month usually for water in Tuolumne County, so we decided we'd wait until that meeting for them to come. But right now, as they've reported, it's been in the media that they expect to have both Pinecrest and Lyons fill and spill. And that's a good thing. It doesn't mean that we're out of the woods by any stretch. There will be recommended conservation measures, but not as severe as last year. But we'll save that formally for when Mr. Seja and other representatives from TUD come. Groveland Community Service District, we're hoping to have the General Manager, John Sterling, here this morning. But he's busily testing his recently installed water treatment plant. I thought he'd have that done last week, but there was a little glitch, and so he's busy doing that today. But they appear to be doing well up in the Groveland Community Service District. One of the larger districts that did want to report on was the Lake Don Pedro Community Service District. We've had their General Manager, Pete Campa, here before. Pete could not join us this morning. I have sent out his latest update. He reported that with recent rains and the reductions in the in-stream flows, your board and others joined in asking that the fish flows releases be reduced. That's happened. The combination has he states that Lake McClure will last until approximately August 24th now, having water in it. That's a good thing. Their district is moving forward with 50% mandatory water conservation. Scheduled for March 9th. That's particularly important in discussions with the state in order to maximize their grant opportunities. Going to that level of conservation and specifically excluding outdoor irrigation within that district will help double the amount of money that they are eligible to receive from some of the different state programs. So that's of some note. As far as groundwater well installation, very important is to supplement the Lake McClure source is looking for groundwater. And we were getting very concerned for a time. They had drilled 5 wells, none of which were satisfactory for use by the district. But literally just a few days ago, they were able to get one well to produce approximately 150 gallons per minute, and they're very glad to have that. It'll be costly to develop, and they are pursuing funding to get that new well online, and I do believe they're continuing to look for additional wells in that district. So that's really good news for that district. And there are other things that they're still looking at, as deeper water intakes into McClure. There's still interest in trying to find ways to perhaps tap water in Don Pedro. But he's taking the things that he knows he needs to deal with right away with McClure and the water wells first, along with conservation. Then they will be moving on to those other tasks. So that is, in short, what's happening with Lake Don Pedro. That's definitely still the most serious of our larger districts, but they are making some important headway there. We still have our drought task force meetings that are occurring. There's another one coming up in just a few weeks for some of the smaller water systems. Unaware of any problems with some of the smaller water systems at this time. But that's always a good time. We have those drought task force meetings to obtain information from those representatives. Also asked Rob Koslevy, your environmental health director, come on up, Rob, to give you a little bit of update what's happening in terms of our private wells.
Good morning, Board. Supervisor Gray. Rob Koslevy, Environmental Health. Well, this is fantastic news that we received yesterday in regards to the Don Pedro area. This was one of my main concerns for the county and as well as the state. Don Pedro was and still is the #1 crisis for the state of California. That's the area that the state is focusing on right now, and that's our #1 priority. To touch bases in regards to the private domestic wells, we are pretty consistent of what we saw last year. At this time last year, we had approximately 16 wells, and that's about where we're at now. So it's been pretty consistent all year round, and continuing on to where we're at today. Had conversations with both of our drillers, Canapa and Tanco, and they informed me that there is quite a bit of folks out there that are actually, their wells have gone dry, and they have some of the pump guys coming out trying to see if they can remedy the situation by lowering the pumps in a little further, but they still haven't contacted us. Or if they have contacted us, they haven't applied for assistance through our CDAA funding. And what we're seeing right now, though, is we're getting approximately 2 to 3 calls a day in regards to people inquiring about our well program because they want to find out what are the signs of a well going bad. And some of those signs are foul smelling, change in water quality, obviously change in water pressure. If you turn the faucet on and start spitting out air, that's a big sign. So folks are calling and inquiring about this, but they haven't turned in the application as much as we have received the calls. We're only actually going out on calls about 2 a week right now, and that equates to about 104 a year if you push it out. So that's 104 homes or 104 wells. Right now, we are at 85 homes that are without water. 67 are affected that have not pulled permits. These are the ones that we are offering assistance. And coupled with last year's, we're right around 117 wells that people have taken out permits for wells that have gone dry and for new wells. Is there any questions at all?
Questions from the board? Any questions from the board? I think it's something that we're doing a good job keeping track of. And people out there, if you do have water issues, please contact Rob at Environmental Health, and he certainly will help you.
Mr. Chairman, just to finish up, I did pass down the dais a copy of the letter that was signed. Remember at the last meeting we had talked about state wasn't making state funding available for rental properties, and wanted to diplomatically protest that or ask them to reconsider that position. So this letter now has gone out to the state, and we'll see what kind of reaction we do get from that. In your staff report, it mentions that we did have our first installation of a water system at a rental property period, and there was the owner agreed to prorate the cost between the private residence and the rental property. First time out, we're concerned that others may not be in a position to afford to do that. So as you can see in the staff report, there's been outreach to places like the Sonora Area Foundation to see if they might be willing to pick things up if we run into a situation where people just can't afford that, because we'd much rather keep people in their homes, rather than have to find alternate living arrangements for people because they do not have water for basic health and sanitation. The only other thing I wanted to acknowledge, and it is important, is we've all seen the reports about the intentions of, at least the reported intentions of having water releases increased out of Tulloch Reservoir. That affects both Tuolumne County and Calaveras County. Calaveras County Board is holding a special meeting. They've moved that date. We intend to bring this matter back to our board to talk about as well, just so that you and the public know that on the Tuolumne County side, we don't have nearly the amount of homes and improvements as there are on the Calaveras side. That doesn't mean we don't care by any means. But on the Tuolumne County side, the homes and businesses are supported primarily, totally by wells. On the Calaveras side, it's primarily by the water district there, and there are intakes that go into Lake Tulloch that they're pulling the water out of for those residents. Also, just to mention, is the Sierra Conservation Center also gets its water, out of Lake Tulloch, as well. So we want to, talk with all those entities that have impact in that decision of, reducing the water levels there, gain more information, and then bring that back, to your board, and certainly want to support our colleagues across the lake, but also support our own property owners and our own business. We have a marina that we run out of there that's also been very profitable. It's a huge recreational lake, and it's part of our local economy. So I'm sure your board's going to want to speak into that, and we'll bring that matter back for your discussion and direction.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've been over the last one day since I was out of town, been playing some telephone tag with Supervisor Ponte from, who's my counterpart, bordering the river on Calaveras side. We're both planning on going to a public meeting that's being held in Calaveras County on the 7th by the Tri-Dam folks. And I intend to attend the Board of Supervisors meeting in Calaveras County as an observer on the 10th, when they're going to discuss this issue. I've also been in contact with CCWD on some of the challenges, and Mr. Pedro outlined those pretty well. Pretty much Copperopolis, and of course on our side of the river, the prison get a large amount of their water out of the Lake Tulloch. It would be worth a little legal search on what that is a constant depth lake, and I'm not sure what Tri-Dam's or really anybody's right to that water is. Most of the water rights, under my understanding, exist in Malones, and once the water leaves Malones, it should be water in, water out in Tulloch. But I'm sure CCWD is looking into that as well, so you might want to contact them. You might save us some work on that. But this was predictable, but it's a huge hit to the property owners in Lake Tulloch, because most of the docks that are there are not designed to go all the way to the bottom of the lake. So if they draw that thing completely down, there's going to be some large costs to the property owners. Additionally, there's just a basic property rights issue in Lake Tulloch, because almost all of the properties that border Lake Tulloch, their property line is actually out in the middle of the lake someplace. And in some cases, the property lines touch each other from the opposite sides of the waterway. So there's a whole bunch of legal issues that we need to work through, and I'm recommending very strongly that this board work very closely with both CCWD and also the Board of Supervisors in Calaveras, and obviously the staffs should be doing the same thing. And again, this is reportedly a combination of, the releases would be for a combination of fish flows, but also downstream water users. And at some point, we need to figure out, who has priority on these water rights. So that's my statement.
Right. Any other comments from the board? Rob, any more? Thank you. Mr. Pedro?
I would just recommend the board go ahead and approve the resolution continuing the state of emergency.
I'm so moved.
Second.
First and second, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of adopting a resolution in support of reforming the federal fee to trust process for Indian lands.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Back in February of 2009, the Supreme Court issued a landmark case in a decision on Indian trust lands in Carcieri versus Salazar. And this held that the Secretary of the Interior lacks authority to take land into trust on behalf of Indian tribes that were not under the jurisdiction of the federal government upon enactment of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. So there's a significant court case that changed some things, and so now there's legislation in Congress trying to nullify the decision of the Supreme Court. And so CSAC has taken this opportunity in the National Association of Counties to change some of the parameters and the process by which Indian land becomes Indian from fee land to trust land. And so CSAC is encouraging us and NACO, encouraging its counties to adopt a resolution that would allow changes to be made in this process on how land becomes under the jurisdiction of tribes. I should also mention that we have reached out to our local tribes and have a good working relationship with both of them. And we do have a written response from the Tuolumne Miwok Tribal Council, who we work with very closely, and we do have some written comments. They are also here to make verbal comments. We've also reached out to the Chicken Ranch. They have, at this point, not issued any written comments. There is a resolution for your consideration today. We do have a governmental agreement, essential services agreement with the Tuolumne Miwok Band right now. And in essence, what this resolution does is it encourages coordination between local government and tribes during these land processes. And so it would put it more in legislation, whereas we've done it just because we have a good working relationship with them. It would actually put it into code that when this process happens, we would need to have a coordination meeting with them before the land were to move into trust. With that, you can take comments.
Questions?
If the tribe's here to make a statement, I'd be interested in hearing it.
I'll ask for public comment. We have.
I have one thing to note. Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Brennan asked me to address this issue before the board takes any further action. They wanted me to look at whether their participation in this item would give rise to a potential conflict of interest under the Political Reform Act, because Supervisor Royce is married to a tribal member of the Tuolumne Band, and Supervisor Brennan has a business relationship with the Tuolumne Band related to cattle grazing. So although we did not request a formal opinion from the FPPC, I did look at the conflict of interest test, and I don't believe there's a conflict because the action proposed to be taken today is, and its potential impact on this tribe are so remote that it does not trigger the foreseeability portion of the conflict of interest analysis. And so because of that, I don't think that there's a conflict.
Okay. So public comment, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Dory Beats, and on behalf of Tribal Chairman Kevin Day and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, I am here to offer a brief statement regarding our non-support of the said resolution. As you know, we are just one of the two federally recognized tribes here in Tuolumne County. The process for placing land into trust is a right of all tribes and is overseen by the federal government, specifically the Department of Interior. It is a process that benefits tribal communities and was created to make up for lost land and is a mechanism for self-sufficiency. This resolution was created by a statewide organization that lumps all tribes together. As you know, every tribe is different in its size, its location, its demographic, its history, political makeup, and its current need. We pride ourselves at Tuolumne in having a great working relationship with this county, and the language within this resolution suggests that the process needs revamping because there is lack of collaboration or coordination between the tribes and local governments. There are many whereas clauses within the resolution that are clearly inaccurate and pertain to only a few tribes across the country. In fact, the Carcieri case that was mentioned and issued by the Supreme Court holding that the Secretary of Interior lacks authority to take land into trust on behalf of Indian tribes that were not under the jurisdiction of the federal government upon enactment of the IRA in 1934 does not apply to either tribe in this county. Tuolumne County should not approve a resolution with language that does not apply to those tribes. This resolution was clearly drafted because of a few isolated cases and is not the general rule. In closing, the process has been working for us here. Approving this resolution says you are dissatisfied with that process, and yet we have seen it work on several occasions. The tribe is proud of that great government-to-government relationship it has with the county. In fact, it is the envy across this state. Let us continue to work together on issues as neighbors while respecting each other's fundamental right as governments. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah. First of all, I'm the CSAC delegate, and I've sat through several hearings where CSAC has brought up tribal issues, a lot of times related to gaming. And I've expressed on multiple occasions within those meetings a need for sensitivity when dealing with these issues because not all tribes have negative relationships with counties and local government. And I think there was some response there. But in seeing the resolution that's been proposed and the letter from CSAC, I feel like those comments have been lost. I think when this first was agendized several weeks ago, I was under the impression that the tribe had known about it, and I was a little disappointed when I found out that they had not been notified of this. And I don't support the resolution or the letter. I feel like it is an action that would undermine the relationship that we do have with the tribe. And I feel like there's some very, very touchy issues here when you deal with sovereignty and the history of tribes and their lands and reservations. And there's a lot of stuff there that goes way back, and I feel like the resolution is an attack on that. And for that reason, I'm not supporting it.
Supervisor Woodford.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Evan said. I too don't support it. When I got first involved in the integrated regional water management system, we had very close tribal support and good working relationships there. And as I traveled around the water world in California, I was shocked to find out that we were unique in the state of California in that regard. So I really don't want to put a stick in the eye of our tribes. I think we have a very good working relationship with them. I support CSAC and I support NACO. I'm the NACO rep on as many things as I can. But I think this is one of those where we're trying to make one size fits all, and it's not in the best interest of Tuolumne County intergovernmental relationships with the tribes. So I don't support the resolution.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I kind of echo those comments. I've been to the CSAC meetings for the last several years, and I have always been amazed at the amount of Indian affair discussions that come up, and it's always seemed to be a headbutting contest everywhere else. And Dory, I appreciate your comments because I agree with you. I think the relationship we have with the Tuolumne Band is perhaps the envy of the rest of the state. I'm not exactly sure why we have such a good relationship when the others can't seem to achieve that. And that being said, I do have some concerns about Washington being the advocate for Tuolumne County in any kind of relationship. I don't think Washington acts in our best interest, but I don't think this is the solution to that problem. I prefer to keep the status quo, at least at this point in time.
I agree with those comments. Without language that really highlights the relationship that Tuolumne County has with the tribes, I really think that in its current form, this undermines that relationship. I do echo Supervisor Hanfeld's comments, though. I'm not sure that Washington, D.C. always is operating in the best interest of county governments.
Okay, go ahead.
I was, going to add additionally, I think I can count to 3, and so I don't think this has the support to be moved forward. So obviously there's not going to be a motion, but I think it may potentially be appropriate to comment in some way. And what I'm thinking, and I'm just throwing this out as an idea for the board, and you may not agree, but potentially direct staff to work with the tribe to draft a letter to address the proposal from CSAC, highlight the fact that they're not being sensitive to the positive relationships that some tribes have, and maybe point to some things that have resulted in our successful relationship.
Okay, I just want to add to that on the same line, and it's something that Supervisor Rotifer said is the one-size-fit-all category that this resolution falls in. I think that if we had this particular resolution drafted between each tribe here in the county, then we have our own internal agreement. But since we already have one with the Tuolumne Band, but I don't believe we have a specific one with the Chicken Ranch. So maybe that's something we need to work on. But again, what the supervisors have said about going out to other events, as far as where other supervisors, other counties are, you do hear some of the negative things about the relationships between counties and tribes, and it has always surprised me because we just haven't had that here. I mean, it's been a really good relationship. So I agree with Supervisor Royce. We should send something to NACO. I think there's probably some specific places, maybe in the United States, where this might be a good idea, where there's some real problems that need to be straightened out. I don't see us having those here in Tuolumne County. So maybe that's our approach, is to write a letter to NACO and CSAC explaining the problem with the one-size-fits-all.
Can I make one more point? I think the real issue, the bottom line, in this item with a lot of the counties, their contention is gaming. It's not fee to trust land. I think gaming is the real concerns that some of these communities have, and the potential impacts that are in some cases not being mitigated. But I think that the fee to trust arena is not the place to deal with that. I think that the compacts are dealing with that, and in a lot of cases the existing compacts are going to have to be renewed, and any new compacts are going through and being negotiated, and that's really the appropriate location for those types of discussions. So just another thought. So I guess I would make a motion that we direct staff to to work with the tribes and return to the board with correspondence at a later date.
I'm not sure if that can be done through this agenda item.
We just direct it.
Just direction, but not a motion.
With
Yeah.
consensus.
I think you probably have consensus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it on consensus. And
Can we add to that, looking for a coordination agreement with Chicken Ranch?
it would be good. It would be good if everybody was on the same page, but that's another.
That may be difficult.
Okay.
Might be, but-
Any other comments? Any more public comment? So it looks like this item is going to probably die for lack of a motion. I'll ask for one anyway. No motion? All right. Well, we'll just let it die for lack of a motion.
I do think it's been not explicitly said, and I want to explicitly say it. Thank you to our tribes for the cooperation that we do have.
And one last final comment. You know, when we address these, we are members of NACO. We are members of CSAC, and I don't want to call it an obligation, but I think it's important that we do bring these forward for discussion so we can get the people in those organizations to understand where we're at.
And I would ask staff to draft a letter back to NACO and back to CSAC explaining what our concerns are with the resolution and why we did not pass it.
I think that's what just by consensus directed us to do.
Consensus. Okay, would clerk please read the next item?
Number 19 is consideration of approving correspondence to the State Department of Housing and Community Development offering the County of Tuolumne's comments on the draft National Disaster Resilience Competition Phase 1 application related to the 2013 rim fire.
Mr. Pedro, are you taking care of this one? Or?
Mo will. The
All
question is just, do we want to take a break at this point, or?
That'd probably be a good idea. Okay, clerk, would you read the next item, please, again?
Number 19 is consideration of approving correspondence to the State Department of Housing and Community Development offering the Tuolumne County comments on the draft National Disaster Resiliency Competition Phase 1 application related to the 2013 rim fire.
Okay, Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. I'm here today to solicit your board's input into the National Disaster Resiliency Competition application. As you know, the federal government awarded $1 billion towards this effort. The states were then asked, any communities in the county in the United States that experienced a disaster event between the years 2011 and 2013 were eligible to apply for these funds to help them really rebuild and increase their resiliencies from these devastating type of events. In the state of California, there were 6 counties that were eligible to apply for these funds. Tuolumne County qualified under the rim fire that we experienced. In December of this year, in December of 2014, Tuolumne County was notified that the state of California selected Tuolumne County and only Tuolumne County to participate in this competition. Since that time, a core team was put together to look at the grant application, attend a training on the application and what was expected of us, both from HUD, which is the funding agency competition, and also work with the Rockefeller Foundation. Since that time, we've also had several meetings with stakeholder groups, and as you know, we had a public hearing last night in regards to this grant application. Excuse me, it's not a grant, it's a competition, sorry. The draft application that has been given to you has been posted both on the HCD's website and is also contained on the county's website. We advertised the hearing that we held yesterday 3 times in the local paper, both in English and Spanish. And a letter and a public flyer was sent out to over 162 agencies, community members, committees, nonprofit organizations, and business owners. Last night, as many of you know, we had 61 people show up. Overall, just kind of highlighting some of the comments that we heard last night. The comments were extremely positive. They talked about additional recreation opportunities in various types and fashions. They talked about increased educational opportunities, the economic impacts of the rim fire and what they had on small businesses and the community. We talked about road infrastructure and the importance of providing good access both to the residents and first responders. We talked about a diversification of our local economy. And we're asked questions about the targeted area. And so what I did is I brought one of the presentation boards that was presented last night, and it just shows you the perimeter of the rim fire. That's the area in red. And then also just on to the left side of it is the green and the yellow areas, which represent the areas that were either on evacuation orders or evacuation advisories. And this is the questions from the audience were asking what areas would be served by this grant application. And right now the core group or the state is really looking at this being the areas in yellow, green, and red as their targeted area for the application. That's what HUD has required us to do, is really hone in on that area. Several people in the audience talked about, well, could there be projects that really could be included that weren't quite in that area. And the state hasn't closed their minds to it, but I think that's something maybe that your board might want to comment on. Several also people in the audience also mentioned that there was a PowerPoint slide, and it was this one in their presentation. And it really talked about 3 key areas, one being watershed and forest, the other one being economic development, and the third one being community safety and health. And those are the 3 areas that several people at the hearing last night really commented on and wanted the state to really hone in on those items as far as some of the key synopsis or key category areas that we should include in our application. So those were kind of the comments that I heard as I was taking notes last night from the hearing. The competition application is due to the state on March 27th. They moved it from the 16th to the 27th because a lot of applicants, especially on the East Coast, had problems getting together as groups and really honing in on things since they were dealing with the snow emergencies. After that period of time, it will take HUD 2 months to review our draft applications for Phase 1, and they will announce the entities that will move on to Phase 2. There were some questions last night in regards to Phase 2. Basically, what we as a core group have decided for Phase 2 is we're not going to wait till June. We're going to assume that we're going to be passed on to Phase 2. We feel really good about our application as it stands right now. It could be refined a little bit, but we feel really good about what we have in there. And the partnerships and the people that step forward in Tuolumne County to assist on various projects and looking forward. The other questions that we've been getting is, what does Phase 2 look like as far as structural organization and what's going to happen? The Oversight Committee has, or the Core Committee has determined that we would set up a kind of a several committee process. There will be an Oversight Steering Committee that will look over the application for Phase 2 and put everything together to submit to HUD. We will also have underneath that an Outreach and Engagement Committee. a social equity committee, a workforce development and economic opportunity committee, a natural systems and resources, and then a built environment and infrastructure committee. We have pledged to the people that are attending the hearing, and I'm pledged to your board and to the community. There will be several community meetings, stakeholder meetings, working group meetings in order to put together Phase 2. Phase 2 is a very daunting task. It gets into the nuts and bolts. It gets into what the community wants to submit in regards to projects for this second phase. What kind of programs do we want to work on? And so those are the things that we'll be working on for Phase 2. The Phase 2 applications are due to HUD, Housing and Urban Development, on October 2015, and the awards will be announced 2015. So before you, as promised in the board memo that you received, Craig just handed out to you on your dais a very draft letter, a comment letter. I think I have at the beginning and ending for you, but there's a big section in the middle in which I'm looking for your input. What kinds of things or what kind of comments do you want to submit to the state in regards to the draft application?
And Mr. Chairman, just to be really clear, right at the bottom of the first page is where it kind of leads in. We would request the NDRC Phase 1 application be modified to reflect the following comments, and that's where you fill in tell us what you want in there. Yeah. And there's only two that we put in there. As Mo hit on last night, it was mentioned that that one PowerPoint was more inclusive than what the application was at this point, and that sounded right to make it as inclusive as possible. And the second was what's the impact area? Right now they're saying the evacuation footprint, notification footprint of the rim fire. We feel strongly that it impacted the entire community. Therefore, that should be the target impact area. So that we put those two things in there just to kind of seed it, but it's whatever you want to add, take away, that's where you insert it.
Yeah, one bullet that I'd like to see is a statement that the application ought to balance, strike a balance between restoration and prevention. Okay, truly, what's the word, Mo? Resiliency. There we go. Resiliency is not just about recovering from a disaster. It's about getting out in front of the next disaster and putting in place safeguards that minimize the potential and minimize the impact. So I think we need to have a statement in there of balancing restoration and recovery and prevention, restoration and prevention. Also, I really do support the idea, but I think we need to expand the statement about targeted the application to include all of Tuolumne County. We need to put some rationale in there for that.
Okay.
Economic impact, whatever. But we all kind of understand why it should. But if this is going to sell, we need to tell them why it is that it ought to cover the whole county.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Okay, let me get this back up here. I think the letter, this whole concept of disaster resiliency and the rim fire, I think we need a comment that, like it's on. It was on. Okay. Maybe I just need to talk into it. Okay. I just think we need a comment about the far-reaching impacts. What's done here, other people are experiencing these things on a lesser nature, but there are far-reaching positive implications to applying this concept here for other California counties, and even other states, other communities in other western states that have all experienced these catastrophic wildland fires that we've seen in the last several years everywhere. And so I think this project offers opportunity in that regard. And somehow that concept has got to get in the letter. Okay. So they recognize that this isn't this isn't just local. I think the implications expand beyond that. That's an important point, I think.
Supervisor Royce, do you have?
I think you guys are doing a great job. I think this is a great application. I think the comments that I've heard were on point. I've got a harebrained idea I'll throw out there to, water down the quality of this discussion. So, I think that you could build some reservoirs behind Tuolumne that would create a wonderful fuel break. And being in a drought right now, and the fact that we're 2 years almost into, well, a year plus into a declaration state of emergency, I think that that's something that, although it's extremely unlikely and potentially difficult to achieve, I think it's a simple concept that makes sense to me. Solves multiple problems, and I don't know if there's a way to incorporate this without affecting the viability of the application, but just food for thought. And
wouldn't when we get to that state part 2 of that, those specific things you're
the right time
talking
for that?
about damming up Basin Creek, or
I didn't say which one.
It's the only one I know behind Tuolumne that really would make a difference. But anyway, that's where there was some. Brendan, did you, before I start?
Yeah, a couple comments.
Okay.
And I think that might be appropriate in the Phase 2 conversation if we make it there on specific projects. I would like to go back to your first bullet point where you talked about those 3 categories.
Mhm.
Because I heard some comments last night about it. And I also made some comments when I was reading this item over the weekend. I think it was the second block under economic development. Is that the second block?
That's correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. Could you read that just real quickly?
Sure.
Bulleted points.
Absolutely. Under economic development, the subheadings underneath that is provide job training opportunities, increase year-round employment, and support wood products, tourism, and recreation.
Okay. I would like to add support the multiple use benefits of public lands, because then that includes the ranching community, all of the recreation opportunities, basically all of the different permitted uses that are allowed on the forest land, and most of them were impacted within the rimfire perimeter.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I had some questions from some people that attended the meeting last night afterwards, and had to do with round 2. I think everybody understood that, they weren't going to give a laundry list of the items. But when we have those public meetings and we start discussing part 2 of the application, the question becomes, how do we cull the ones that aren't reasonable? In other words, is Mr. Royce's harebrained idea of damming Basin Creek or something like that as an example? It might be a good idea. But what's the process there? That was the biggest question I was getting. How do we come to a conclusion of what is a good project or a bad project?
That's something that the core team hasn't finalized or hasn't defined yet. It's really going to go back to what we say in this Phase 1. Are we accomplishing the mission and goals that we set forth in this Phase 1 application? And that's why my concern as your county representative on this is that Phase 1 be as inclusive as possible, so everything can still be put on the table no matter what it is. I think we're going to have to refine that. The core group is going to have to work and refine how we determine what projects finally make it on the list versus ones that don't. I can tell you right now, I've been in communications with a lot of local people who have already submitted me just generic projects. Some have some cost analysis with it and some don't. And that's something that I already know that we have probably more projects in there than we could probably submit on a phase 2 application. One of the things that I know that HUD and the Rockefeller Foundation is going to be looking at is what other funds are leveraged in regards to some of these projects. What can, it's just not just a handout, but what kinds of other partners can be brought to the table? What do they bring with them? What kind of money and resources go with it? So there's real partnerships in some of the programs that are being asked for in this phase 2 application.
And to that comment, we need to look at what we can do with respect to Prop 1 funding that's in conjunction with this in terms of doing some cost sharing so that we get the biggest bang for the buck out of both of those programs. And I don't know I honestly have no idea what the mechanisms are to do that, but that's something we need to look at.
Is the city of San Francisco involved with this at all?
They have been asked repeatedly. They're not interested in this time to participate in this application.
That's weird. Why do you think that is?
What we've been told by them, and also the state has engaged them also, is they have enough money to take care of their unmet needs right now or any damage they experience from the rim fire, and they don't want to be tied up in a competition or what looks like a grant process. They don't like the strings that could be associated or attached to it. They'd rather be able to solve their issues within themselves.
What strings would those be?
Time. It takes time to do a project through this versus if you have your own money.
They're just writing a check, yeah. Must be nice.
Any other questions?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
In line with the question about City of San Francisco, we heard from the tribes last night also, and so I'm wondering if under capacity in Exhibit C, if that would be an appropriate place to have a bullet after Tuolumne County and before community and regional organizations, local tribes.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things after the meeting that Dory and I talked extensively about their role in this application and becoming full-fledged partners to that. And so talking to the core team about it, they were all in favor of that, and we'll be working towards that endeavor.
Good. So maybe we can we support that with a bullet point also
Absolutely.
in our letter.
Okay.
Just to prove that Supervisor Royce isn't the only one with a harebrained idea, I got one to throw out. Would this board consider sending a letter to our governor thanking him for selecting Tuolumne County and the rim fire to participate in this as the one California applicant?
Was it his choice?
I will say that his office has been very involved in this, and he has dedicated several state employees to work on this application on behalf of the state of California. Yeah. One of the things in regards to President Obama putting this together is before he did this, he solicited input and invited several governors from several different states to come back to Washington to help assess what was going on with some of these catastrophic events, what kinds of things could help those communities within their states. And I know that Governor Brown was informed by a core group members that Governor Brown was integral in making sure that this program did happen and that it was put out there and it was made as flexible as possible. So I know he did have a hand in it.
Then it'd probably be appropriate. How high do we go? President?
Just as a side comment, Supervisor Hanvelt made the comment that maybe what we thank him for is providing his office
all the help.
All the help and everything that we're getting with this. The resources, there we go.
Okay, back to the bullet points. consensus on sending a letter to the governor and thanking him for providing us the help and resources
Yeah.
for the grant application? Okay.
Happy to do that.
Back to the bullet points. Are there any more suggestions? It just seems like that there was just a lot covered at the meeting yesterday that I can't think of too many other areas. But if staff can come up with some, we certainly would. I don't remember them all, but it seemed like it was. Did it mention disadvantaged communities about targeting? I'm thinking Tuolumne and Groveland. Was that something that we should cite in here? Or?
That's not something that was brought up last night in the public hearing, but that's the underlining theme anytime you have a program through the Housing and Community Development. They're looking at those underserved communities. There's, for example, the map that we have here in the fire the fire perimeter of the rim fire and the evacuated areas. There's census tract information laid there, and that's what HUD is going to be looking at. What kind of areas that we're serving, and they definitely want us to target and look at the underserved areas in
so
each and every community.
We don't have to mention that. Anything else? Any public comment? Okay, I guess we bring it back to board for. I gotta turn on my machine here.
What is it that you're actually, I'm a little confused.
Okay.
It says, I'm sorry? I know, but we're on 19 right now. So for 19, it says consideration of approving a letter of intent to support. Is that what we're looking for right now?
No, what I'm looking for is your comments that you would like staff to submit along to HCD.
Okay, so you've got those.
I got those.
Okay. So we don't need an action on that, is that correct?
Well, the agenda item actually says consideration of approving correspondence to the state.
Okay, so motion to approve the correspondence.
I don't believe we have a piece of correspondence to approve. So that was my confusion.
As discussed?
Right. So what I handed out to you is a draft letter with definitely some bullets missing from them because I wanted to
I think
solicit your
there's some
input.
other potential errors, and I wrote some comments.
Did you?
My suggestion
That
is
would
that
be great.
perhaps you take the comments and see if you can't get something and continue it till this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, that'll work.
Do that.
Next item.
20 is consideration of approving a letter of intent to participate in the National Disaster Resilience Competition application related to the 2013 rim fire.
Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. One of the requirements for this competition application is from every partner they would like to have a letter of support. What I handed out to you is a revised draft letter. There was some changes suggested to me that I made, but basically it followed some of the boilerplate things or items that were asked of us to put in a letter of support for this. As one of the partners, we're asked to do this. When we get to phase 2, we'll be asked to sign a binding partner agreement. Before staff does that, it'll be brought back to it will be thoroughly reviewed both by the county administrator's office and county counsel's office, and be brought back to your board for consideration. But today before you is just a simple letter of intent that we would like to be a full member and partner to this grant to this competition application.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Sure. Having already discussed this in some detail, I would move to approve the letter of intent.
Mr. Chairman, I have one concern about a statement. It's about 3 lines up on the right side in the middle paragraph. It says, local agencies, we explore innovate ways. I think you maybe mean innovative ways.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm okay with it. I'd second it.
Okay, any public comment? Seeing none, bring back to the board. For a vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carl moved, Randy seconded. Public comment, call for the vote. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none, passes 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking, we have an 11 o'clock appointment with an attorney in closed session that's calling in, and he's here. We can do, it's unfortunate, but we could do, probably do 22 and 23 before we go in. Excuse me, 21 and 22. We would not be able to get 23. I know there's some folks here who want to talk about that, but it can't be done this morning.
Okay. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
And it
Or
depends,
1:30.
How long do you think the...
About an hour.
Yeah, so that'd be this afternoon.
Be 1:30 that we'll hear item 23. So item 21, please.
Consideration of endorsing the fiscal year 2015 through 2016 preliminary budget estimates for the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority.
Larry Koch, Director of Economic Development for the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. Thank you for allowing me to come up and make the presentation this morning. You have the agenda request and summary, which is the main page, and then you have our letter, which is the second page. Third page is our recommended budget to you, and then the final page is our budget history. So I wanted to hit a few highlights here. Just a couple of things is if you look at our preliminary budget for financial year 16, it is anticipated that we'll have a $390,400 budget. Of that, $258,894 being supplied by the County of Tuolumne, the rest being supplied by the City of Sonora, and then some miscellaneous revenues, including contracts, transfers, reserves, reimbursements, and interest income. We have not included in this year's budget estimates any income from the Central Sierra Economic Development District because it is unknown at this time whether it will be grant funded this year, and if it is not, of course, we will probably withdraw from that contract rather than provide services, but that will be decided at that particular time. Just so you know, expenses overall from financial 15 was only a $2,500 increase. If you look at the final page of the summary, I just wanted to kind of show you a little bit of how we've been able to substantially keep the budget request from the county the same. For the last 3 years, it's been $257,697, went to $258,894, and stayed that same for this budget year request. The reason why you see the adjustment 3 years back had more to do actually with the percentage changes that we look at the sales tax, the property tax, and those numbers are adjusted by Debbie Batista, and then we put those into our budget, and we do that every couple of years. Where we've been able to increase our budget and actually expand our staff has been really through our outside contracts. So if you now remember, we have both the Central Sierra Economic Development District contract, and we have a dedicated staff member for that, and that dedicated staff member came on just in January of this year, so she's expanding what we can do with that organization, taking some of the stuff that we have done locally and do it regionally. Also, we have our first Innovation Lab staff for the Innovation Lab that is focused on building membership, and our hope in the next 12 to 24 months that it will spin off as its own independent, self-supported entity. So these are the highlights. A couple of things I just wanted to bring up was that we continue to do our business recruitment. We actually are attending this year about 8 different shows, some one-on-one personal visits down in the Bay Area, but also we're still helping a number of our local businesses expand or stay in business. Right now we have about 49 clients that we work with. In the sake of time, I'll keep it this short.
Any questions? Any public comment? My comment is continue to get other people's money as much as you can so that we can keep that budget flat. Appreciate it. So looking for
recommendation.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Cope. Last item for this morning, item number 22.
Consideration of approving an agreement for professional services with Coffin Associates for the preparation of the classification and comp study.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, HR Manager. On November 13th, the county issued an RFP for the class and comp study to do a comprehensive classification and comprehension study. We sent the survey out to 21 vendors, and we received 3 RFPs back. The staff eliminated the highest bidder automatically, and we interviewed the other 2, and we are recommending Coffin Associates be selected by the county as the vendor. COF was founded in '84 and has been doing government consulting for over 30 years. They have 14 members of their staff with a wide background of both private and public sector. They have done multiple surveys, agencies of our size, smaller and larger, and they come highly recommended. They also have a really they really actively engage employees in the process, which is very important to make sure that this is done well and that the jobs are really very well understood. They currently they have 341 position description questionnaires that they're reviewing that our employees have already completed. They will be using this information to update the class specs. This will be done through a series of meetings with employees, supervisors, managers, department heads, and then eventually the union for meet and confer to make sure they're okay with the changes. Once the classifications are updated, then they will proceed doing a compensation study using 10 comparison counties that we agreed to during bargaining with our units. And they will use 100 of our benchmark positions to come up with salary information, and then we'll be working on internal structures. The work for them, this should be done hopefully July, so that way we can start using it for negotiations, which we hope to have concluded by December of 15. The cost proposal is written for an amount not to exceed $151,120. We had originally budgeted in the HR budget $75,000 based upon a survey we did a few years ago, which was less robust and clearly fits that you get what you pay for issue. We need to have an additional $76,120 put into the HR budget to cover the costs, which would mean we need to ask for general fund contingency money to be applied to the HR budget. We are proposing decreasing the general fund contingencies by the $76,120 and applying it to the HR cost center. Of course, this action requires a 4/5 vote. The reduction to the general fund contingencies would go from $1,038 to $961,880. During the mid-year budget process, we will be working with behavioral health, social services to see how much money we can get from those agencies to apply towards the class and comp study to help restore some of the contingency money. So staff recommends that your board approve the professional services agreement with COF to prepare the class and comp study for an amount not to exceed $151,120 and do the $76,120 in associated budgetary actions as just explained.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second. Public comment? Call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. And will the clerk please read our closed session item?
That is closed session conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation authority, government code, section 549-569D4.
Okay, I don't imagine we'll have anything to report, and we'll return back here at 1:30. Okay, is Supervisor Brennan? Is she here? Okay. All right. Trouble parking again. I can see that. Okay. We're returning from closed session and we have nothing to report. Would the clerk please read item 23?
Consideration of approving a work plan to help address the fire insurance challenges being experienced in Tuolumne County property owners.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have Josh White, here, TCU chief, and our county fire warden as well, who helped prepare this draft work plan for your consideration today. Again, the history is you'd asked us to come provide just an update on what was happening in the area of homeowners insurance and what we were doing about it, and out of that came a request for a specific work plan, which is what we've got before you today. And of course, it's open to any modifications your board may so desire. But Josh and I met a couple times to try and bang this thing out to try to hit on the points that would be of the greatest impact in this area that we can influence. So what I was thinking of doing, I can just walk through at a high level, and then the board could ask whatever questions, make suggestions for modifications along the way. I'll certainly let Josh jump in on any portion of it that he would like to. Let me start on the first section. I think there's 9 points in here. The first one was the compile the citizen report forms, and those report forms. There was an initial one that was developed in December. We modified it again in February, and it's been on the website. At this point, we've received 24 responses to that. We've had reports, and these are in areas, I'm just giving you general areas of the county, everywhere from Groveland to Sonora, Soulsbyville, Twain Harte, and Tuolumne are the areas that have been, we've had responses from people. We've had rate changes, everyone from about $900 a year to $1,700, increase to $1,500 to $5,500, more notable. Less notable, like $700 to $1,200, but then again, $1,500 to $7,300 a year. And not everyone reported, an increase because they're still working through the process, but not having a lot of success. And the most common reasons the insurance companies have provided at this point have been brush fire potential and brush fire exposure area, or high risk of exposure. And those are the reasons they're being given by insurance companies. Others include distance from the nearest fire station, difficult road access for emergency vehicles, ISO ratings. Insurance companies do not recognize volunteer stations, to as general as the rim fire as the reason. So those are the reasons people are having difficulty either getting quotes or they're getting these higher quotes. So at this point, we're still just trying to compile them, and then the idea is to compile them and then make this available to the folks who could actually do something with it, such as the California Department of Insurance, State Fire Marshal, and have pledged to, after redacting some personal information that's in here, also providing that to the area fire chiefs so that they're aware. The second item was compile fuel mapping information, and maybe, Josh, maybe you can explain what that one really is.
You bet. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Josh White. For the fuel mapping, what we want to identify is the totality of the fuel modification that has occurred throughout the county, whether it's on federal land by our federal partners or on private land such as SPI, or private land through the Fire Safe Councils or other projects that CAL FIRE sponsors as well. It can also include the county road trimming projects that we're going to be starting this Wednesday, and encapsulating all of this into one defined document.
Okay. Third item is compile the local ISO rating information. We want to capture where the changes have been, because there are concerns. We heard this up in Groveland, where we know that some of the ISO rating actually improved somewhat, and yet premiums went up. So is there a correlation? Does it not make sense like that? That would, but we're just going to compile the rating packets from the latest ones that any fire district has. And again, this is just compiling information that would be given to people who could use that information to act upon. One of those, again, being the California Department of Insurance. And that leads to item 4. So the data collected in items 1 through 3 would be then turned over to the California Department of Insurance to take that information and investigate, to look into things such as specific issues raised by the citizens, mapping used by the insurance companies and ISO, the relationship between rate changes and changes in fire risk, losses, and ISO ratings. Again, ratings are improving, and yet premiums are going up radically. What's up with that? Why is that? Maybe Josh, go ahead and explain your contacts there.
Okay. The insurance industry is a multifaceted. They look at a number of different factors. They're not going to put everything onto the ISO rating. Some insurers don't even use the ISO rating. Others may lean heavily on it for its rating. It's all about risk management for them, and it's proprietary information on what they look at to manage their risk, to evaluate the risk. So that being said, we are kind of going into this blind, not knowing what is going to give us the biggest bang for our buck as far as addressing things. The PPC rating, which is oftentimes referred to as the ISO rating, we're going to have to better define and give these their own terms, because the PPC rating is different than what we're learning now is the ISO Fireline rating. And the Fireline rating is coming from a mapping program that ISO is providing to the insurance companies that is evaluating the wildfire risk in California. So ISO provides this map for 9 different western states, but it's just one of the products that ISO provides to insurance companies. There's other products that identify tornadoes and hurricanes and different hailstorm evaluative risk analysis. So we have to focus on this new Fireline product, and that's where I've been researching with ISO to try to garner more information, because what my concern is that in developing this map, they're utilizing aerial imagery as well as road access and slope. Well, slope for the most part doesn't change, but our fuels do. And we've done a lot of fuel modifications. We've done a lot of shaded fuel breaks throughout the entire county. And aerial imagery is not going to pick that up. The shaded fuel breaks is a great model for us to be able to provide the fire protection while also providing for a cooler environment underneath the shade, in the shade of the trees. So it's better for us from an environmental standpoint. But with an aerial imagery map that somebody's looking at in Chicago and evaluating the risk in California, it's not relative. So what I'm reaching out to ISO is to provide some ground truthing, some actual factual evaluative process, and allow us to provide ISO that feedback. On the PPC rating, ISO reaches out to the fire departments and wants the information, but on this Fireline product, it's almost a ghost type product. It's not widely known, except it's becoming more common when we talk to the insurance brokers in the local area.
Quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
Are the areas where we're seeing problems mostly adjacent to public lands?
No.
Everywhere?
It appears to be everywhere. This Fireline product, what I've been able to identify is that they have a 0 to 30 classification system, 0 being the least risk, 30 being extreme risk. The community of Groveland, we found out from one insurer, is that Groveland is an 8B. Even on a scale of 1 to 30 or 0 to 30, I don't understand exactly where 8B, to me that's relatively low. That's a good thing, but the insurer's rates went up because of it, even though the ISO PPC rating went down in Groveland. So that's one of the factors.
Did you get any information about the saturation issue?
We haven't. Again, that could be a proprietary information, something only CDI could get into.
Carl?
One of the things that I'm hearing, again, from some insurance brokers, not individual homeowners, but one of the things that I'm hearing is that the insurance industry, or at least certain providers, but a lot of the certain providers, are applying some criterion universally across the state. For instance, while most of our serious fire threat is in forested regions, they're applying some criteria from Southern California and brushlands to our grasslands that typically you guys knock those things down even in the heat of summer fairly quickly, and there's minimal structure damage and all of that. So are you seeing some of that?
The potential is there for us to be seeing some of that, and that's where I'm trying to reach out to ISO and their fire line on what their criteria is. I understand the slope component, but the vegetative material and also the road access ingress, what are their criteria, and what can we do to address it locally and minimize that, and again, bring the rates down?
Yeah, because there's a difference in brushland and grasslands.
Well,
but if they're applying the same criteria to both, then we're going to get hammered.
We are, and there's a significant difference from the large-scale fires that occurred in Southern California to what occurs here locally, and that's the Santa Ana winds.
Well, and it's also the structure density in those brushlands.
Indeed.
And the cost of the homes, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
I think, as an example, as what, with Evan's question, how is it being judged? I think you were at a meeting in Groveland the other night there where the lady spoke of living 3 houses down from at Pine Mountain Lake, where there's a fire hydrant every 300 feet, and same insurance company as her neighbor, 3 houses away, her policy tripled because she was 5.4 miles away from the firehouse. Her neighbor was 4.98 miles from the firehouse, and she had a triple increase. So, again, I'm not sure whether there's incentives from the brokers or the insurance companies to help us a lot of this. If they write a policy for $5,000, they're going to make more money on it than they do for $1,200. So, I would like to see them really get on board, but I don't know where their incentive is. Just a comment. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll just keep going. There's so much you could say. There's so much you could say, and this is where you do need someone like the insurance commissioner and his office involved, because this is bigger than us, and he also has authorities that we don't have. If people have some bad practices that are going on, that's the office that can actually get something accomplished, and if not that, maybe in tandem with our legislators.
Along those lines, before you go on, and Josh, you may have better visibility into this than any of us since CAL FIRE's all over the place. Is this an endemic problem in California, or is it just fairly localized?
I've been reaching out to my counterparts throughout the state, 20 other unit chiefs, and it doesn't seem to be an issue that's rising to their level as of yet. That being said, we just identified a story from the King Fire that some residents in close proximity to the King Fire lost their insurance, and they're correlating it. Those residents are correlating it to the King Fire and their proximity.
RCRC counties tell me they're experiencing it too. So maybe it just hasn't risen to that level. But in some of the discussions had with the insurance brokers, it is, and real estate people, it's clearly associated with the onset of rimfire, and that blew out of proportion very quickly. I mean, as you know, 80+ thousand acres in 2 days is part of it, and that's when it started with denials and insurance rate increases. And the belief is that some insurance companies are lagging others, but that this is a trend, and we're gonna see it. And in some cases where there's transfer of property, for instance, sale, they get denied insurance, and the only place they can get it is Lloyd's of London. Rates are higher, insurance coverage is less, and there's a questionable claim process. So this, from the homeowner point of view, this is going downhill. And one of the things you didn't mention, but some of the homeowners take care of their own property.
Indeed.
And do a pretty decent job of it.
Excellent job.
And somehow there needs to be some credit for that. I mean, they do it anyway, obviously, for their own fire protection, I would think. But I also believe that our policies in the county and how we dictate open and O1 space contribute to the problem, because somebody, in order to go and clean that up, take care of the brush, has to get a permit to do it, an approved plan. And they just, well, maybe insurance rates will change that, but it's just another obstacle to getting the job done. And then one other last comment is, I know that Barry and Jerry Tannhauser and Lynn Gottschall have all told me that when they go in to do some of these Fire Safe Council efforts, that sometimes people say, no, we don't want you to do this. How do we get that message across to people? I mean, they don't want them to come in and for free help clear their land so that it's fire safe. That's just crazy. We have a huge public education process here.
There is, and we do run into that from time to time, whether it's just enforcing Public Resources Code 4291 and people not wanting to clear their properties because they like the natural state around the property. And we really have to emphasize, first, it's a law, but we don't want to go in enforcing the law. We want to go in and educate and try to provide and educate people that defensible space is their opportunity before the fire to provide us the offensive attack when the fire does come through that area. A couple other things, if I can comment on what you mentioned. On the rim fire, I believe that the insurance industry, and this is something that I'd like to do from an educative standpoint to the insurance companies, is that they're looking at the rim fire completely wrong. The rim fire burned 257,000 acres and only 11 structures. That's, to me, a huge success on the fire service, on what we were able to do to move that fire away from PML, away from Groveland, hold it on Paper Cabin Ridge, and keep it out of the entire 108 corridor. And that's the credit that I don't think that the fire service is getting. And if you look at the fire history in that whole area, we've done it time and time again. So their risk assessment is flawed if they're looking at increasing the premiums compared to what the fire service in this community has been able to provide.
And quite honestly, that gets at what you mentioned earlier, too, with those shaded field breaks.
Yes.
Because that was a huge contribution to your ability to save that Pine Mountain Lake area. Was all of the work that the Fire Safe Councils had done.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's one of those points back to the Department of Insurance. Where's the nexus between the loss and the premium? Because our losses have historically been pretty low, and we've had some pretty big fires here, which again speaks to, for a long time, very successful fire service here. So that's a good thing. But just to hit these other points real fast, point 5 was an appeal of our Tuolumne County Fire Department's most recent ISO rating. To the extent ISO is being looked at, by folks, Josh has already appealed or acknowledged that appeal, and we're going to look at factors that we think better information of what exists today can make a difference in our rating, but also look to things that we can do in the future that we don't have in place today, be that different engines, additional whatever. There's some things that your board could consider to further strengthen the fire service that could further improve that rating at some point in the future. Any comment?
No, I think that pretty much ISO was receptive to us appealing and providing additional information and recalculating the scores. As I've said before, we're only about 4.6 points away from going to a PPC rating of 4. So that's something we're working towards, garnering all of the data that ISO needs to look at to come up with a new calculation.
Go ahead.
No, point. I'm just going to keep rolling through.
Okay, go ahead.
Because we've been dancing on some of this stuff. So public education, this is an outreach to our residents, through the media and whatever other means of what can they do to, help obtain quotes, including the California Fair Plan, which was to help to deal with folks that were in a spot. Also, the education. When we talked about defensible space, we touched upon that. What are some of the aids that are out there? Aside from the things that we've done with, like the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council, if you recall, even last year, Vicki Hilmar found some monies to extend that program. They're looking at using some of the SRA fee grant money to perhaps do some of that. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so some of those grant monies have been awarded to CAL FIRE here locally, and so I mentioned the working with Tuolumne County Road Program and doing some of the brushing along the county roads. That's going to start this week. My understanding also is that within the next week or two, we'll know more about the local requests that were put in for the grant funding funded by the SRA fee.
I just want to say, as a homeowner that pays an SRA tax, it's good to see my tax dollars coming back into the county.
We want them all back. Supervisor Hamel.
Your fee dollars?
Did I say tax dollars?
Okay, Mr. Peter, you can carry on.
The next category, back in the point 6 was helping educate the public. Point 7 is educational outreach to insurance companies. And this may or not be helpful with that. It's one of those things we got to try at least provide our local insurance agencies and agents with information that they can try to go do battle for the residents of the county. And I'm going to stop there and just mention that some of the learning from the first time we looked at this is some of your best mechanisms to get help is through your agent. Through your agent and the local fire chief for your district, or in our case, certainly folks like Chief White, but also Stephen Gregory, our fire prevention officer. Those are great places to go to try and go do battle to get good rates. But in here, we can make sure that they do have information they can take back and do battle with their own companies, such as this fuel mapping information. Information on auto aid agreements and how those work, because we heard some people say the auto aid agreements weren't being recognized. The recognition of the volunteer station, some may recognize it, some may not, but at least they'll have the information. And what's the impact of having things like the Columbia Air Attack Base in your backyard, which is very unique for a county like ours. And then also something I know Josh brought up when we met with the brokers and the chiefs some months ago is educate insurance companies on the concept of fire-wise communities and encourage them to participate in that. You want to comment on what that means?
Yeah, so the Fire-Wise Communities is a designation set forth by the NFPA, and so USAA is one of the insurers that recognize Fire-Wise and gives a 10% discount to their insurers. The next step for us is to start identifying those communities that can meet the Fire-Wise designation and get that going through the works and get the Fire-Wise designation from NFPA, and then working with other communities to continue to bolster their defensible space around the communities and get the Fire-Wise designation, hopefully throughout the entire county.
Okay.
Okay, next category was fire protection enhancing projects. Again, this came out of the meetings that we had. If there's ways that we can improve the ingress and egress to specific communities, and some favorite ones that always get mentioned are like Ponderosa, Hills, Cedar Ridge, Willow Springs as well. But anyone where it's limited ingress egress, if we can do things to help improve that, things that can enhance fire suppression capabilities of local water systems. That's a big part of the equation here. Prioritize and pursue projects that will enhance fire suppression capabilities. I know that's where Josh would like to look within Tuolumne County Fire. Would certainly entertain communications with any other fire district in that regard as well. And then identify and pursue targeted fuel reduction projects. Where else could we do fuel breaks and things of that nature, thinning, that would be strategic, and how do we fund those kinds of things? And you can see the marriage is really close with things like that national disaster resilience competition. If we could actually get some funding out of that, that could help in several of these areas. And then lastly, this is something I know we've talked about it, but this was something that You added on, wanted us to pursue, I think it was Supervisor Royce was the one who voiced it most strongly, was entertaining a countywide study of our local fire. And if you say fire system, you have to say first responder system. And that will require us to do an RFP. We would get input on the scope of such a study from our fire districts, because we do this all together. No district is an island unto itself, so we need their cooperation, participation, in that. Secure. This time, this would be a professional firm that does this kind of thing. Have them come in, conduct the study, and then we would try to take whatever comes out of that study and pursue some community consensus on what it is we should do with that study and how to go about implementing it. So that's going to be a much longer term, project.
Can I chime in on that?
Go ahead.
Really what I wanted to accomplish in doing that is over and over and over, from the fire studies we've done before to, just weeks ago, from multiple districts throughout the county, in my district, and multiple fire districts throughout the county, in both my supervisorial and other districts, the boundaries are always an issue. And you always hear the question of annexation. There's equity issues that are involved with that, and there are aspects that relate to response times and which resources are allocated and so forth. Really, that's what I want to accomplish, is I want to look at our system and look at the boundaries, and I also want to look at our dispatch system. From the first year that I was here, we were talking about our dispatch system, which is contracted through CAL FIRE, and there's been probably 3 different people that were tasked with updating the dispatch system, and it hasn't happened. At our retreat, one thing that became new to me is EMD, and I would actually like to consider implementing an EMD system, which I think would help with response times, and it relates to insurance in that way, but even beyond that, it's a health issue, especially with an aging population that we deal with. And there could be additional costs to that, but there's a couple specific things within the study. What I don't want to do is just end up with another study and spend a bunch of money and nothing changes and nothing gets done. Those are a couple specific things I want to get done.
That would be our fault if we did the study, didn't do anything.
Well, we've done studies and we haven't done anything, so that's what I'm saying.
That's not entirely true, but I want to chime in here on this before I forget. I'm getting old.
That's right. We'll let you.
The issue of that first responder study is really important, and I don't think it's going to take that long because we're going to hire somebody else to do the majority of the work. If we have to do that in-house, then it will take a long time because we're already spread thin. So my thought, if we're going to do that type of study to analyze everything that you talked about, the districts, the responses, then it should be done by a firm that does it. So is that where the line of thought that we're...
Absolutely, but we will have to talk about the scope, and it is true, and I think Supervisor Royce knows this. If we start touching boundaries, that's going to affect things, and so you have to look at the system. And to look at the system, that's going to take, again, the cooperation of all the districts. You can't do it in a vacuum.
Good luck.
Well,
it's hard.
Otherwise it doesn't work because it is a system, and this is new. We haven't talked about doing this, in a while. So this is something we'd have to talk to the districts about, and that's why the input on the scope is really important. Get some buy-in, on it as we go into it, and see what they come up with. And I'm not saying we wouldn't do exactly what you're saying, Evan, but I think to look at it and be real, you have to look at the whole system.
Yeah.
I agree.
And
Carl?
And one of the things that I think is important that should differentiate this study from previous studies is, one, I almost want it to be a zero-base look at it. In other words, ground up. There's a lot of political issues. There's a lot of historical issues, and there's a lot of any number of kinds of issues out there. And those have all come into play, and they'll come into play in this one too. But what I would like to see come out of the study is an answer that, and it needs to be an independent group that does the study, because too many of our districts have, I'll just say, some self-interest. They wouldn't call it that, but I think there are some. I would like to see what, as close as they can come to defining it, what the perfect system would look like with the resources that we have, and then start from there and modify that perfect system, if you will, to address some of the very real political issues that are out there and some of the historical issues, and accommodate them where it makes sense, but not to try and be in the turf preservation mode, for lack of a less pejorative term. And some of those boundary issues, I think we really need to deal with some of those. I think it's really important that we start from zero and don't prejudge an outcome, and that it be independent, and that they give us their best guess of what the best solution would be. And that may not be the one that we choose because of some of the other realities that I've talked about, but I do think that that's really important in that study. Because I'm interested in the best fire protection for our people, not just because of the cost of insurance, but we're talking about people's lives and property here.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, in this scenario you mentioned the insurance commissioner. State insurance commissioner needs to get. Better turn this on. State insurance commissioner needs to get involved in this problem because I think it is much further reaching than Tuolumne County. Clearly, you had the King Fire incident. I suspect Klamath County, National Forest, and Siskiyou County has got this in spades now too. But one of the things I think about, I mean, obviously that means we've got to get our legislators involved here in the state, but there's a federal nexus here, and that's the fact that the fire danger really comes out of the National Forest, which isn't being managed. It's the giant brush fields that they're seeing when they do their mapping. And the feds got to get involved in this, and I suggest that we lay it on them as part of their responsibility.
There's a couple of legislators that, federal legislators that come to mind. Obviously our representative, but Representative Garamendi is a past insurance commissioner who has very strong feelings about in the insurance industry and their responsibility to the people. And he might be someone that would be worth getting involved. I don't know that he would be interested since we're not his district, but it's just somebody that comes to mind that has been involved. I believe it was back in the early 2000s, late 90s, that he was the insurance commissioner in the state of California.
He did help us with auto insurance.
Yeah, it's two-time state insurance commissioner.
Yeah. Anything else from the board? I want to just add one other thing, but then I'll ask for public comment. It's been suggested, and I won't out the person, staff member, that maybe we ought to go to the court of public opinion too, like Channel 3 for Action and places like that bring this to the rest of the people, because it is happening, and it will touch almost everybody eventually. But I think there's so many times that we just keep paying that insurance bill, and we look at that little increase, and we just accept it. And I think it's a big thing, and I think it's really going to be a time bomb. And let the court of public opinion kind of push these insurance companies a little bit. Or we're all going to have insurance with Lloyd's of London eventually. That's what's going to happen, because they're the only ones that's going to be insuring us.
And we're at the point, I've heard real life stories that people can't sell their house because the buyer can't get insurance. And they won't sell their house because then they'd have to buy another house and they won't be able to get insurance. So.
Okay, anything else?
I think you're looking for a motion to approve the
I've
work
got some
plan.
public, I'm going to ask for
Okay.
some public. Go ahead, Josh.
Could I explain one thing? I want to make a plug for the California Fair Plan, and that is a fire-specific insurance plan that all insurers in the state of California have to participate in. So when somebody isn't able to find homeowners insurance, they are able to participate in the Fair Plan. It is fire insurance only, and so they'll have to get some kind of umbrella or some other rider insurance for the rest of their liabilities. But the California Fair Plan is an option instead of Lloyd's of London, or when I hear that they can't get insurance at all, the Fair Plan is designed so that everybody in the state of California is able to get fire insurance.
Okay, that's good to know. We need to get that word out. Okay, public comment. I have one card right now. Larry Crabtree.
What you have in front of you is a copy of the comments that I'm going to make, so I thought it would be helpful if I gave you a written copy. But before I start, I would like to respond briefly to a comment made by Supervisor Rotifer, and that is that you mentioned that a study should be done by an independent outfit because the districts have self-interests, and that's very true. Every district does have a self-interest. There's no doubt about it. But that includes the city of Sonora, it includes Miwok Sugar Pine, and it includes the county fire department too. So every district has a self-interest. There's no doubt about that. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Royce, board members, Mr. Pedro and Chief White, and staff members that are here, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the item now before you. My name is Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief of the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. I'm the secretary-treasurer of the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association, and I'm a senior consultant with Crabtree Consulting Services, LLC. However, I'm here today not as the fire chief of the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, nor as the secretary-treasurer of the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association, but as a private citizen and taxpayer of Tuolumne County, and as a senior consultant at Crabtree Consulting Services, LLC, which, by the way, is a woman-owned small business that provides management and administrative consulting to small local government agencies, including fire districts. Although the history of the issues, and there are two issues here that are both distinct and interwoven, goes back several decades. Let me start with recent history. On or about August 29, 2014, Mr. Pedro held a meeting to which select individuals were invited. I say select individuals because the size of the venue, the Sonora Area Foundation, necessarily limited the number of participants. When I offered the use of a larger venue, I was told by Mr. Pedro that the venue had been selected, at least in part, because of its size. He wanted to limit the number of persons in attendance. I was one of those that was invited, and I attended. I do not know how I or others were selected for an invitation to attend. That meeting was called to discuss the issue of hazard, specifically fire hazard insurance, and problems associated with homeowners, plural, difficulty in obtaining reasonably priced insurance. There was no formal agenda distributed in advance, nor were minutes kept that were later reviewed and or amended by all of those in attendance. It appeared to me that the county's fire services were invited more as a validation of process than for the purpose of providing any real information or guidance in what could or should be done. For example, prior to the meeting, a survey had been crafted by county staff, distributed to representatives of the local insurance industry, and the results had been tabulated. While this might have seemed like a good idea at the time, it was apparent to me, at least, that the survey had been crafted by persons without a lot of experience in conducting scientifically based surveys, that the response pool was so small as to perhaps not be representative of the local insurance industry, and that its conclusions are therefore not reliable. Subsequent to that meeting, county staff made a presentation to you, the Board of Supervisors, on or about December 16, 2014. To my knowledge, no one at the August 29, 2014 meeting was asked to participate in the preparation or presentation to the Board of Supervisors in December. But the impression left at that meeting was that various county fire service agencies were part of the process and somehow validated the status, the presentation, and the direction being taken by county staff. County fire service agencies were notified of the December 16 meeting of the Board of Supervisors, but only at the same time as the general public. They were not given an opportunity to review and or comment on the presentation prior to the board meeting. Fire agencies were not offered the opportunity to address their concerns specifically, but were given an opportunity to address the board as members of the public during the general comments time. Unfortunately, I was very ill that day, and I had to watch the proceedings on television and could not participate or comment. Information presented at that meeting included an update to a prior PowerPoint presentation regarding the ISO ratings of the county's fire agencies. It would have been interesting to also have seen an update to the response statistics of the county's fire agencies in that same report, which would have given a more rounded view. However, that was not done. Now, on to today's meeting. County staff have now crafted another survey form for insurance customers to complete if and when they have complications purchasing reasonably priced fire insurance or fire hazard insurance. This is, again, a nice idea, but one needs to recognize the dangers associated with conducting surveys. As a statewide shop steward for the CAL FIRE Firefighters Union for more than 6 years and the CAL FIRE Chief of Labor Relations, I was fortunate enough to have conducted a variety of surveys, mostly regarding collective bargaining issues and employee-employer needs. When one conducts a survey, not only do you collect data, but one also telegraphs a message to the community surveyed. Sometimes it's unintentional, and sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's unintentional and unanticipated. For example, asking a union employee if his or her union should negotiate for a 1%, 3%, or 5% raise sends the clear message that the union is going to fight hard for a 5% raise, even though that may not have been the intent of the question or the survey. That is what the union brother and sister will read. My union is going to fight for a 5% raise. Now, after raising expectations, they better get that 5% raise or risk alienating their union members. Similarly, asking insurance customers questions about difficulty obtaining insurance or obtaining reasonably priced insurance, which will be defined in the mind of the insurance customer, not by the text of the survey language, sends a message to the individual. If that's the intent of the survey, good. If not, well, it's too late. This survey was crafted without input, comments, suggestions, or ideas from local fire agency staff. It's the county survey, so that's fine. But do not make the assumption that other local fire agencies have validated the survey, either conceptually or the specific survey instrument being used. The work plan that you have before you was distributed to local fire agencies on February 24, 2015, with all the document sections blank except for the far left-hand column, goals. In preparation for my presentation to you here today, I began to review and make notes on the various goals. Thinking that there might be other material or documents to accompany this work plan, I inquired about that. I did not get a specific response to that inquiry. However, on Thursday, February 26, I, along with other recipients, received a copy of what I would term a completed draft work plan with several of the blocks filled in. That's the one you have before you. At this point, it seems that the work plan is no longer a draft, but it's pretty much completed, and the work will proceed as planned with perhaps a small tweak here or there after today's meeting. This is a county document, a county work plan. However, it would be premature to make the assumption that other local fire agencies have validated either the concept or the specific plan elements. Last week was the first time that any other local fire agencies saw this work plan, and none have had an opportunity to review it either as a group with the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association or individually with the county administrator or his staff. In fact, many of the tasks identified have already been completed, so asking for comments at this time is a little disingenuous. Now on to the draft work plan elements. My comments are only preliminary because of the short time provided for review. I may have additional comments after having an opportunity to review this in more detail and with other staff at CCS. Under the goals section, 1B, I've asked for a copy of the surveys that have been returned to and or filed with the county. The response was that once they are all received, names and addresses will be redacted and then they will be provided to the fire chiefs and other select individuals. I believe this is the wrong response. As I understand the Public Records Act, and I'm not an attorney, these surveys, once received by the county, are public records, subject to release unless they meet one of 9 specific exceptions in that law. I don't believe these surveys or any part of them meet any of those 9 exceptions. I'm not interested in having the specific names, et cetera, that the county is reluctant to release, but this highlights the problem with surveys crafted and conducted by those not expert in surveys and public law. It is reasonable to believe that had this task been reviewed by a larger set of experts prior to the survey, this issue would have been identified and addressed in advance. These should be released, if for no other reason than to validate any action based on them and to increase the credibility of the work plan and its outcomes. Then under the section entitled Seek Assistance from the California Department of Insurance, number 4A, don't ask me for input into a draft work plan when a substantial portion of the plan has already been implemented. If I or others think that this task should not be done, should be done differently, or should be done later, it's too late now. Although I'm not speaking on behalf of the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association or on behalf of the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, I would expect that all the local fire agencies would like to be a part of any meeting between the county fire department, and the California Department of Insurance. Language stating that could be included in the work plan document. Educational outreach to insurance companies, number 7. Who and where? Insurance companies are not restricted to Tuolumne County. Their rates are set by actuarial assumptions based on factual data to assure a liquid company and a return to the investors and owners of the companies. To whom do you make an educational outreach? It was obvious in the August 29, 2014 meeting that the local brokers and agents have no real ability to affect insurance premium rates. They quote what the insurance company gives them, or they shop around to various insurance companies and quote what those various insurance companies give them. To whom do you reach out? Do you think that you will get the president of Prudential, State Farm, Farmers, etc., to a workshop in Sonora so you can complain about their high premiums? This is a great goal, but based on what I see in the work plan and my experience in the real world, I don't see how this goal is reached in a realistic way. On a related note, it may be that too much attention is focused on the ISO rating. Not all fire insurance companies use the ISO rating, and those that do use it as only one of many components of establishing any particular fire insurance premium, never as the sole factor. Countywide study of local fire and first responder systems. Item number 9. First comment, what does the first responder system have to do with the fire insurance issue? As I understand the common use of that term, it refers to first responding trained personnel to medical emergencies. This is a work plan regarding fire hazard insurance. Second, and most important, as the last step in the work plan, you're engaging a consultant. As a professional consultant, I can tell you unequivocally, that's backwards. By the time you engage a consultant, you will have already muddied the waters with surveys and their unintended consequences, held meetings with insurance company representatives, and left them with impressions of actions or direction, met with the California Department of Insurance, which will then follow up with what it believes to be necessary to meet its obligations, educated the public, leaving it with clear impressions regarding the direction and actions to be taken. Then you ask a consultant to come in and pick up the pieces and tell you what to do now that you have already done all this other stuff. Having been there and done that, I can tell you that it's not pretty, it's not efficient, and it's not cost effective. If the county is going to engage a consultant, it should do so at the inception, provide support staff, and follow the recommendations of the consultant. Don't ask a consultant to come in to validate actions already taken and direction already established. That's a waste of my tax dollars. Any consultant engaged by the county should not be only unbiased, but free from any and all appearances of bias. No one involved as a consultant or consultant staff should have any connection, current or previous, to any of the stakeholders. All the stakeholders should be identified in advance. The stakeholders should agree upon the mission of the consultant, the staff support to be provided, the contact person for the consultant, and should meet regularly as a group with the consultant so that no stakeholder's concern is shut out of the process or ignored by the process. As they teach incident commanders, when things are going bad, they use a different word. When things are going bad, it may be appropriate to take a step back and look at everything anew and start over with a new plan of attack. You may be at that point here. One last comment. I know that you truly desire comments and constructive criticism from the public and various stakeholders. In the interest of assuring that, I ask that you forego your usual rule of permitting the public to speak only one time to an issue, and instead, at least on this critical issue of insurance and fire protection, permit an ongoing and open dialogue, even if that means some may speak many times and the meeting goes longer than you or I would like it to. Please don't shut out debate and comments because of a procedural rule that you yourselves have established and that you can waive. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. My comments are meant to be taken in a constructive way, and I hope they are taken that way. I will be happy to answer any questions or explain any of my comments further if you like. If you have any questions after this meeting, feel free to call or email or write to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to address the last thing that you said as far as procedural, letting people talk. We do have a procedure for public hearings in favor, but as long as I've been chairman, if somebody wants to get up and speak again on the subject, I haven't asked them to sit down, so please don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Pedro, I think what we discussed is pretty much in line with Mr. Crabtree was talking about getting the outside consultant to look at what we're doing. But I think we got a number of issues here. One, the first responder, I believe, has to be tied in because that's how we dispatch the fire department in a sense. So it's the big picture that we need to look at. So I think it should be included. I'm going to give everybody else a chance to talk. But I think the key is to have the outside view of what we're trying to do. Overall fire is one thing. The insurance is another aspect. We got two different things that we're working on here. We're working on overall fire, then we're working on the insurance issue. I think we can continue with the insurance issue discussion without having a study done, but in the meantime, getting the study to move forward. So, any other comments from supervisors? Not this time. Mr. Pedro, any comments?
I do want to thank you for coming up and providing your comments. I think they're good comments, and I think they're worth, they're thought-provoking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So what do you need from us?
Well, for sure. If I can just make a couple comments. I'm not going to go point by point here, but there's some things I think that just need to be cleared up. Folks who were first invited back in August to attend the meeting were the same cadre of people who were involved in the first study, and I wanted to go back to the same people: fire chiefs, in some cases the very same insurance agents that were involved in the prior study, 2 members of the board, and a member at the suggestion of the board, a member of the Board of Realtors. And we wanted to keep it to a small group, people that were informed, and to kind of go back and where did we come from, where are we now, where should we be going to address this issue of homeowners insurance. So that's why people were selected. That was clear in the invitations that went out. The survey that was referenced was one that was prepared by the Board of Realtors, not by the County of Tuolumne. Had no part in the construction of that, and that's not a statement as to, was it good or bad, but it was not something that I prepared. Bringing an item to the Board of Supervisors for discussion was something I did at the request of the Board of Supervisors, who I serve. Enough said about that. The information tool that's been put out was just put out. It's not a survey. It's a reporting tool that was refined based on input that we received from those insurance agents that did participate back in August. And the concern about releasing people's personal information, it's the same issue we had with the people when they reported about having dry wells and things of that nature. That's private information can have a really chilling effect on people's participation in submitting information like that. Perhaps there's a technical legal issue that would be involved there, but it would very much have potentially have a chilling effect on who would actually report if all that personal information was made available. So that was the perspective, of that, but still get the information that would be useful to the insurance commissioner's office, and others. And I just want to say, I got to say, I'm just disappointed. I've had no communications with Chief Crabtree on any of these concerns that have evidently been building over a period of months. And I'll just take that as something I need to do a better job of outreach to him. If he's had these kinds of issues, and I need to reach out more, and I will attempt to do that. But having said all that, I think the spirit of what your board wants to do, why it wants to do it, is clear. That's what we're going to attempt to do, is to help the people that you all serve. We all serve together.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
If I could just real briefly, I believe that Chief Crabtree and I have maintained an open line of communication, both with the County Fire Chiefs Association meetings as well as offline conversations all the time. So some of this strikes me as a little bit of a surprise. I do want to take it constructively, and I'll be working with Chief Crabtree as well as the other chiefs in the county to be more proactive with this data collection and analysis.
Thank you.
Just a comment. I do believe that the level of detail of information, and I take it that it was done by the Realtors Association, but the level of detail of personal information that was requested actually probably restricted the level of responses that we got because of the concern that that information would become somehow public. So I think it is possible that the way that we crafted that questionnaire, or whoever crafted that questionnaire, was a little bit ill-conceived. I've gotten a lot of criticism on the level of detail of personal information that was requested. So just, again, not to pile criticism on criticism, but that specific point, I think, did have an impact on how much response we got.
All right. Any other board comments? So the direction that we're going to give Mr. Pedro, Mr. White, is to proceed with the work plan as we discussed and added on to it a number of things. And do we want a time perfect to come back with kind of an update of a final plan?
For the work plan?
Yeah. Are you happy with what we got here?
You're asking the board?
Yes. You guys are the ones that have to make the decision.
I think the work plan is okay. I think the scope of work with the consultant, which is going to be done in conjunction with the chiefs, I'm sure, and all of the stakeholders, is the part that I'm probably interested in seeing come back. I think that really ties into it. A lot of the insurance stuff, we had our little leadership conference or whatever it was. You talk about authority and influence. We don't have a lot of authority here. All we have is influence. We're trying to figure out how to do this through other people's authority and control and convincing them. So education and outreach and putting our case together with the survey. So I think I'm okay with the work plan. I'll make a motion to approve the work plan as discussed. I just want to highlight those comments about EMD. I want the dispatch system. And maybe EMD is not the right thing, but I really want to highlight that in the other part just as something for you to look at. And with that, I'll leave it.
Yeah, I'm almost of the mind, and I'm okay maybe in a second seconding that, but I'm almost of the mind that there's really two distinct things that are related. I go back to the introduction, Mr. Crabtree, that there's really two distinct things here. We're trying to deal with the insurance issue, and how do we make life better for our citizens, and working through some of the ISO issues and some of the other issues that are associated with fire insurance. Goes to your influence point, Supervisor Royce. But also there's a second issue, and I think we've merged them, and I'm not sure that, even though they're related and will have an impact, I'm not sure that it's useful to merge them because I'm very much in agreement with Chief Crabtree that if we're going to do, and that second issue is how are we properly structured and how do we most effectively do fire suppression in Tuolumne County. And I think that that's a separate issue, although certainly if we can improve the way we do that, that might have an impact on the other one. But if we're going to do that, I think we need to get some of the stuff that's related to that. We need to get the tail behind the dog on that and get the independent study done before we get too far down the road on some other things that may limit our flexibility in responding to the results of that study. So I'm okay with the work plan, but I'm not necessarily okay with the order of it and everything. So I'm not going to second it. I'd just like to hear some comments on that.
Okay, I think what I said earlier is the same line. We've got two issues that we're working on right now. We've got the insurance issue and then how we run the fire departments in Tuolumne County. But they're intertwined because the better we run the fire departments, the better chance we have of reducing the insurance. So I don't think that we can just stop not going after the insurance issue. That's what brought us here in the first place. But bring up the level of intensity on getting the independent analysis done. However that happens, it really doesn't matter to me as long as it gets done.
Yeah, and what I'm moving is direct staff to go back with the stakeholders, put something together and bring it back to the board, because we're going to have a proposal eventually. We'll have another agenda item more specifically focused on that part of the work plan. That's a whole nother discussion, which, as you stated, has much more focus on our fire system as a whole, not just the insurance component.
Yeah, and
the work plan related to the fire insurance component, I'm okay with them approving and directing board to come back on the other part.
Okay.
That's
Chief?
what I was...
To make it more clear, couldn't we just separate out item 9?
Yes.
And just take
Yes.
that out of the work plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Move forward. This allows us, our constituents are continuing to pay the high insurance. Everything that I can do, I want to continue moving forward to try to reduce that as soon as possible.
We can't delay getting relief on the insurance for our citizens while we study how to do fire suppression most effectively in Tuolumne County. So that would be my second if the motion.
Right, and I don't care if 9's in there or not, but I do want to direct staff to do that. I think we all want to follow through with that. But it's going to be a more detailed focus.
All right, so
that's my motion.
Is that clear enough for you? It's
One-
not
No.
clear.
So I'm moving on the work plan, but I'm directing staff to take item 9, and we're going to pull it out of here. We're going to come back with a future agenda item after staff has time to put some stuff together with stakeholders and bring it back to the board.
Second.
Does that work for you guys?
Perfectly clear to me.
Okay.
Clear
All
as
right. Any public comment? I'm going to give you another chance to talk. Okay. Bring it back. Supervisor Hanville?
Hard to get a word in edgewise with these two guys.
I know. I'm going to move you over here.
That's the first time you've had that problem.
No, it's not. Don't laugh. You encourage him. You encourage him. Before we vote on this, I assumed that motion, I thought there were a number of constructive comments that were to be included. I think that's what you meant. But I would like to caution that I agree with Mr. Crabtree that if we're going to engage a consultant, it's better to engage him early, and I hope you will do that before we get it down to the point where he's just giving us what we want to hear. I don't want that to happen.
I believe that's the direction.
That's the motion.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
Yeah, we're not
And-
going
and
we're not
that's the
doing
second.
and we're not doing any studies now. We're just going to work on the short-term tasks to see what we can do to have an immediate impact on insurance rates. The study, we're not going to do anything until we get an agreement on a scope, and I've got authority to issue an RFP.
All right. Sounds good. So, clear motion. Any other comment? Okay.
I'm thinking on my feet here. Would it make sense for the County Fire Chiefs Association to hire the consultant, since we're doing a fire service and first responder study?
How much money do you have?
We don't have any, but we're a 501c3, and I'm wondering if there's a way for the county to fund part of it that way. Just a thought, just something to think about.
We'll think about it.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next one, please.
Number 24, consideration of adopting a resolution approving the second amended and restated joint exercise of power agreement between Alpine, Calaveras, Mariposa, Tuolumne, the City of Angels, the City of Sonora for the purposes of creating an economic development district.
All right, who goes first?
Larry Cope, Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority, also the Executive Director for the Central Sierra Economic Development District. This before you, this agenda request is basically to clean up the bylaws a little bit on being able to bring in some of the Amador County communities and clarify some requirements, or shouldn't say requirements, clarify some procedures when it comes to removing board members who do not attend from those respective counties that make up the Central Sierra Economic Development District. The key thing here is that when Amador County left about a year and a half ago, unfortunately it forced the withdrawing of every one of the cities within, even though some of those cities wanted to stay in. So the bylaw changes in here allows those cities to join back in, and if at some time in the future Amador County joins in, great. If they leave again, it won't affect the cities that have then joined by that time. The other part is also kind of clarify some points on non-attendance of member entities and what's the procedure to remove those if they don't either one attend the meetings or number two provide part of the financial match that's required under EDA. So, Carlin?
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. I assisted the Central Sierra Economic Development District Board in drafting the proposed revisions. And really, I think Mr. Cope covered everything, so if you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions? Supervisor Hanvelt, do you sit on that board?
I do.
Do you have any comments?
I recommend we approve this. In fact, I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right. First and second, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we voting?
Oh, you want to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Passes 5-0.
You know, she caught that. I did. I was walking out the door already. Thank you, guys.
Is your jacket periwinkle?
Why, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, I was just wondering. Mo will understand that.
Next item, 25.
Consideration of
Wait for this all
accepting
day.
the Tuolumne County 2014 Pavement Management Report.
Oh, we got a projector.
If you give me a moment, I'll set up.
You want to take can we take a 5-minute break for Mr. Rotifer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, she wanted to set up. So.
37 million.
Are we getting everybody back?
That was referring to your lunch.
Looks like we're ready. Go ahead. She's going to read it again.
Consideration of accepting the Tuolumne County 2014 Pavement Management Report.
All right. Here we go.
A respiratory virus, so my voice is really up and down and scratchy. It is important for a local agency to have a pavement management program because all roads surfaces deteriorate over time due to traffic and environment. A pavement management program identifies the conditions of a network, and pavement management practices are based on the concept of finding a cost-effective combination of treatments to apply at any given time to the given desired level of service. In 2007, the county implemented a pavement management program by using StreetSaver software to create a database that provides for monitoring the condition of the pavement and the county-maintained roads. How big is our road network? The county maintains 610 miles, of which 519.5 miles are paved. That is the same distance from Sonora to Salt Lake City, Utah. In the 90s, the county had 69 employees to maintain 600 miles of network, 1 employee to 8.7 miles. Today, the county is operating with 29 employees for 610 miles of the road network, which is 1 employee to 21 miles. How is pavement condition measured? Excuse me, the condition index. Pavement is inspected and rated with a pavement condition index, known as the PCI. And I see that. The PCI is a numerical index between 0 and 100, which is used to indicate the general condition of the pavement. The method is based on a visual survey and the number of types of distresses in the pavement. The result of the analysis is a numerical value between 1 and 100, with 100 representing the best possible condition and 0 representing the worst possible condition. For example, a pavement rated with a PCI of 99 would look like this. A pavement rated with a PCI of 0 would look like this.
Tanya, pardon me for interrupting, but
Sure.
is this a statewide, nationwide, or just a county index system? In other words, is this? Go ahead.
This is the system that, using StreetSafe software, MTC has adopted. Okay. And so we are all trained to rate the pavement in that same condition. There are other pavement ratings that the feds use as well.
But it's a fed system. It's a proprietary system. I mean, other people are using the same system.
Yes.
And so we could compare our condition with other conditions in other counties and
in the state.
Okay.
Yes. Oops, I went too far. Sorry. Okay. Pavement preservation strategies include surface treatments every 7 years. The green line is representing a good pavement preservation strategy. Unfortunately, the available funding the county has for pavement management is low, so the red line represents our roads. Where do we stand? According to the California Statewide Local Streets and Roads Assessments 2014 update released in October, the state has a PCI of 66. According to the Nevada County Transportation Commission 2014 Rural Counties Needs Assessment released in November of 2014, northern rural counties collectively have a PCI of 58. Comparatively, Tuolumne County is at a 41. Our network is in poor condition.
This is only the county maintained system. It doesn't include the county roads that are maintained by the homeowners.
This is only county-maintained roadways? Yes, not our CSAs or private roads.
Can I ask you to go back one slide real quick?
Yeah.
Have we ever done an analysis of the difference in the cost to do all of our roads, just staying on the red line and then doing the major rehab, vice doing the red line to the first intersection of green line and then following it out there? Which one is more cost effective? Never mind the potholes that you got to drive through to get down to where you do the major rehab.
You mean let them fail and then fix them?
Yeah. Have we ever done that kind of an analysis?
Personally, no, but the state has and other consultants have, and it's shown that as you start slipping, your costs increase from $2 a square yard all the way up to $40 a square yard.
Right. So if we could afford it, it would make much more fiscal sense to stay on the green lines. Yes.
Exactly. So I think we're going to have fun going through all this again. Okay. The county roads network is composed of 5% arterials, 38% collectors, and 57% local roads. The percentage is based on the total amount of area of pavement in the network. The arterial roads have a PCI of 79, dropping 8 points from 2012. This is primarily based on the relinquishment from Caltrans of the 1.2 miles of motorway after the completion of Stage 2 of the East Sonora bypass. The major collectors have a PCI of 60, dropping 6 points from 2012. The minor collectors have a PCI of 41, dropping 2 points from 2012. And the local roads have a PCI of 30, dropping 6 points from 2012. The average of all functional classes is 41. A third of the county's roads are considered in good condition, while the other 2/3 are comprised of residential or local roads, are considered poor to very poor. Over half the network is comprised of local roads. In 2012, your board approved the Pavement Management Preventative Maintenance Methodology Matrix. The matrix prioritizes by each tier. Tier 1 consists of arterials meeting a goal of a PCI greater than 70. Tier 2, all collectors meet a goal of PCI greater than 60. And Tier 3, local roads meet a goal of a PCI greater than 50. If we compare the PCI from 2012 to 2014, a small portion of the arterials have dropped into a fair and very poor conditions. Now, this decline is due to the relinquishment of motorway from Stage 2 of East Sonora bypass. The state has allocated $1.8 million for the county to widen and improve the condition of the relinquishment, which we are currently working on. We just finished the surveys for that. Our local roads have declined, increasing the percentage into very poor condition. I have included a column that represents the board's goals as defined in the previous slide's matrix. The board's goal is to have roads in good and fair condition, or good and fair range, and not slip into the poor and very poor range. The figure here demonstrates how your board's goals are not being met with available funding. Any questions on that slide?
Just real quick, are you going to get to what the delta is between what it would take to meet the board goals? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk a little bit before I get there, but I am going to get there as part of our scenarios. The road fund, as we call it, is a fund that comes primarily from the Highway User Tax Act, which is also known as HUDA. These funds are used for road maintenance, not to be confused with pavement management. Road maintenance includes all services such as vegetation control, snow plowing, sign installation, etc. Today, I am only talking about pavement management funds. For this fiscal year, the county estimates receiving $3.5 million from HUDA, $300,000 from RSTP, $700,000 from federal, and $750,000 from general fund and other funds that equate to the $5.3 million. The $5.3 million is dedicated to road maintenance. This fiscal year, $1.6 million were allocated to pavement management primarily from one-time funds, RSTP, and mitigation funds. These funds were used for such projects as the reconstruction of Woodham Carn Road and the chip seals for Lions Ball Mountain Road and Tuolumne Road North. Your board should be aware that the county has been advised by the predictions from CSAC based on the Board of Equalization, has made adjustments to the gas tax that will result in a $700,000 less for road maintenance than this than this year. This means the $3.5 million from HUDA will now be reduced to $2.8 million in fiscal year 2015-2016. We are not only in a shortage for pavement management funds, but we will lose $700,000 towards our road maintenance services too. So Street Saver allows the user to run a cost treatment analysis by current funding levels and a target-driven scenarios of the what-if factor. Staff ran 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 was developed by the average spending for the last 5 years. This was $1.6 million per year, or $32 million over the next 20 years. $1.6 million is comprised of RSTP exchange funds, one-time general funds, mitigation funds, and road fund. In this scenario, the PCI would deteriorate from 41 to 19 by year 2034. The underfunded backlog, also known as deferred maintenance, would increase from $91.8 million to $319.
Is that in 2015 dollars, or is that in period dollars?
There is a 5% cost increase in there.
How about the devaluation or the inflation factor? That's what I think Supervisor Hanvelt's asking. Is that $319 million 2015 dollars, or is compared to the 91.8, or is that $319 million 2034 dollars?
It's in $2034.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Some cities, I think, use like an 8%.
It's like 5%.
So they use a higher one.
And you used a 5% discount rate?
I wish. A 5% discount rate?
I thought that's what I heard.
Oh, inflator. Okay.
Oh, 5% inflator.
I'm sorry, I was confused what you meant by discount.
Okay.
So graphically, it looks like this. You can see our PCI is decreasing on the green line, and our underfunded backlog is increasing by the the red columns. Scenario 2 was a target-driven scenario to ask the question, what would it take to maintain the current condition of a PCI of 41? The cost of this scenario is 4 times scenario 1. It would take $6.3 million per year, or $126 million for the next 20 years, and the underfunded backlog or deferred maintenance would increase from $91.8 million to $186 million. So graphically, it looks like this, where we stabilized our PCI, but we still continue to have a deferred maintenance or backlog. You ready? So scenario 3 was a target-driven scenario to ask the question, what would it take to maintain the arterials at a PCI of 70, the collectors at 60, and the residential local roads at 50? which is your board's goals, according to the matrix. The cost of this scenario is 7 times scenario 1. This scenario would take $11.9 million per year, which is $238.7 million over the next 20 years, and the underfunded backlog or deferred maintenance would continue to have a backlog, but only occur in a 10-year cycle of large significance. So now if you remember, this is the same slide I showed you in the beginning about pavement preservation. In order not to have a large underfunded backlog or deferred maintenance, we want to follow the green line. That would entail implementing surface treatments to good roads on a regular basis, which would take funds away from rehabilitating or reconstruction of other roads in the county. And graphically, it looks like this. When our PCI is high, our underfunded backlog is low. When funds aren't available, the PCI will drop, increasing the deferred maintenance. Graphically, Scenario 3 captures these funds in a 10-year cycle in order to preserve the pavement. So how do these 3 scenarios compare to each other? As you can see, the current budget of $1.6 million per year, $32 million over the next 20 years, is the red line declining towards 19. If the county spent $6.3 million or $126 million, it would maintain the current PCI, which is the blue line. The green line represents a spending of $11.9 million per year or $238.7 million for the next 20 years, which is every 8th year would increase based on the preventative maintenance treatments to occur in those years. This would keep the average PCI in the 70 range, which is in good condition. All scenarios will assume that no additional mileage or what we currently have today, over what we currently have today. What does the backlogs look like for all 3 scenarios? The operating budget of $1.6 million per year, or 32 over the next 20, as shown in red, would increase the underfunded backlog or deferred maintenance from $92 million to $319. If the county operates with the $6.3 million per year, or $126 million for the next 20 years, as shown in blue, it would increase the unfunded backlog or deferred maintenance from $91 million to $186. If the county operates with $11.9 million per year, or the $238.7 over the next 20 years, as shown in green, we would continue to have an underfunded backlog, but only occur in a 10-year cycle of significance. This graph was shown in the California Statewide Local Streets and Roads Assessment in 2014 update to illustrate the average person's payment for gas tax each year relative to the payment for other items. The county continues to pursue other funding sources to supplement the revenue needed for pavement management. These sources are discretionary, and there is a big disconnect of funding for strictly pavement management. Our HUDA funds, as you recall, are for general road maintenance. The other funding sources listed do help with improving transportation infrastructure. However, many of those sources entail a competitive process. That process includes cost-benefit analysis, including the number of users, which makes it difficult for rural areas to compete with metropolitan areas in California. There is not a specific source of funding for pavement management. At this time, most likely road projects and pavement preservation in Tuolumne County are one-time dollars, RSTP, LTF, and the general fund. Engineering staff aggressively seeks from all programs. The challenges that the county has of these programs is not all of them fund pavement. As indicated in the pavement management report, in order to meet the goals of the county, in order to meet our goals, the county needs to expend $11.9 million a year to bring our roads to a good condition. There are options which the county can pursue to dedicate funding to roads. The county can pursue pursue local transportation sales tax measures, develop permanent road division zones, also known as PRDs, allocate local transportation funds annually are just a few options. What are our next steps? The county could continue to fund the current pavement preservation strategies as aggressively as possible, allocate more discretionary county funds for pavement management, continue all avenues of funding source through the federal and state sources, and develop permanent road divisions or PRDs. So staff has completed 10 projects in the last 2 years, 2 road reconstruction, 5 road rehabilitation, 1 bridge crossing, 1 acquisition of right-of-way for a road rehabilitation, and 1 solid waste maintenance project. Currently, staff is working on 25 projects which are federally or state funded, as listed here, with the anticipation of 6 of them going into construction next year and 1 is ongoing. Staff has secured funding for 8 projects over the next 6 years. Staff has submitted applications in January for funding for 7 more projects, 5 which are reconstruction and 2 which are storm drain improvements, and anticipates to apply for 4 more projects under the next highway bridge program cycle. Staff from the engineering division and road division met and identified other potential projects to improve the road system. We have reviewed the output from the Street Saver software, included segments of roads which road crews are repeatedly repairing, and previous projects that were not selected in previous years. The proposed list for 2015 and 2016 are listed here. Wards Ferry Road. This project would reconstruct 4.61 miles of Wards Ferry Road from Algerine Wards Ferry Road to Booker Road. This project is estimated at $1.5 million. Old Wards Ferry and Jacobs Road. This project would reconstruct 1.24 miles of Old Wards Ferry Road and 0.59 mile of Jacobs Road, which is the orange line on your screen. The blue line is the lime kiln project that was completed in 2013. This project is estimated to be $480,800 and $202,800 respectively. Engineering would most likely bid these 2 projects together as one project for a total estimated cost of $611,600.
Pardon me for interrupting again. You're challenging my 64-year-old eyesight, but I can see the orange one, but not the blue one. I'm assuming that the Wards Ferry part would be the one from like the Law and Justice Center area to Jacobs Road intersection?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
And then this one is lime kiln. Standard Road. This project would reconstruct 1.4 miles of Standard Road from Comage to the change of pavement near the mill entrance. This project is estimated to be $559,100. Merced Falls Drive. This project would reconstruct 2.76 miles of Merced Falls Drives from Mariposa County line to Highway 132. Note a segment of this road is in fair condition and it would be treated with a thin overlay. This project is estimated at $921,800. Kewen Mill Road. This project would reconstruct 0.94 mile of Kewen Mill Road from Broken Pine Road to High Grade Road. This project is estimated at $329,000. Tuolumne Road North. This project would reconstruct 3.4 miles of Tuolumne Road North from Ponderosa Way to Highway 108. This would complete the roadway since we completed from Miwoo to Ponderosa Way last year. This project is estimated at $1.2 million. Oh, sorry. And last, Creekside Drive, Marsh's Flat Road, and Old Don Pedro Road. This project would chip seal 0.7 miles on Creekside Drive from Phoenix Lake Road to Crestview Drive, 7 miles on Marcia's Flat Road from the county line to the post mile 7.0, and 4.62 miles on Old Don Pedro from 3,500 feet south of LaGrange Road to the end of the pavement. The county would apply under the Cal Recycle Grant for all three projects, and collectively the estimated cost is $507,471. And that.
Quickie question.
So
Can you
you
back
have
up to the
questions.
chart where you put the list up there?
Yeah.
Well, other than one that I'm aware of, virtually all of those are in District 4. Is there a reason for that? I would just point out that you have neglected your roads as Supervisor Gray. But no, seriously, what I really would like to see from a priority point of view is the traffic levels on each of those roads.
And we would definitely show you that. At this time, we're just kind of identifying the needs, but we would come back to your board because we are uncertain of how much RSTP funding there is to be able to balance those numbers and be able to provide options that would show you the ADTs and all that information.
Okay, well, I mean, that's important in the decision-making process because, unfortunately, you probably got to pick and choose.
It is, and I erased all my ADTs in the note comments that in the road report. So I do go through that whole process and look and see what the ADTs are as well.
I believe in this packet, there was, did you get?
Yeah,
You can look, there's some information on road trips and things like that.
Can I get a?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I appreciate the presentation. I like a lot of the material I have in there. There's a few things I learned recently. Randy and I attended CSAC. I don't know if it was 2 weeks ago, I think. And there was a presentation about transportation funding, same kind of stuff. And they had a chart with every single county and their PCI, as you said, it was 41, similar to what they had, along with deferred maintenance for like a 10-year period, just to maintain what we have today, the current PCI that we have. They were estimating $370 million, so basically $37 million a year, just to maintain the state that we have. Was that right?
Their numbers were different.
They were more. They were more.
Mm-hmm.
A lot higher. And I raised my hand and said that's our general fund's probably $140 million. Or excuse me, our entire budget's $140 million. Our general fund's $60 million. So you're talking probably 60 or so % of our general fund. It's just ridiculous. Really what I want to address is transportation funding in general. The problems that we have are not lacks of funding and lacks of revenue sources, in my opinion. California has the second highest gas tax in the nation. Beyond just the gas tax, there's excise taxes and there's carbon taxes. So you're paying almost 70 cents a gallon on every gallon of gas you buy. The problem in California is two things. One, they use the money for other programs. Used to be that 30% of California's general fund went to infrastructure. Now it's 10%. And the numbers are inverse with social services. That's where California spends its money now. It used to be 10%, it's now 30% on social services. So they've reprioritized what the government spends its money on. The other problem is the costs to get projects done. Our money does not go as far because of the cost of public works projects. And that has to do with a couple of things. It has to do with union labor. It has to do with regulations and environmental reviews. And between all of those things, it makes it very difficult for you guys to do your job. And we live in California, and the political landscape is probably not going to change anytime soon. But I don't think it means that we don't address the real problems. And no doubt we don't have the money to fix the roads. But there's other things that I think we need to focus on, and we need to raise awareness with our legislators and our associations because if we really want to fix the problem, there's no way we're going to go. Look, I think the strategy of the legislature is to force local governments into a point of pain to where we pursue local tax measures. And you can see a lot of areas doing that. It's another way for them not to have to vote for tax, and we do it. So our essential services get funded with local tax measures because they raid our coffers. So I'm extremely frustrated with this. It's a big priority for all of us, I know, and it's a difficult thing. But you guys are on the right track. I just want to make sure we all acknowledge those points because they often get left unsaid.
Yeah, just one more comment. I took your 11.9 million. I think that's what you said, 11.9 million a year, which you felt like we needed. You'd have to index that with time at your 5% number. That's $216,000, $216, pardon me, for every man, woman, and child in the county every year.
Cheaper than coffee.
But on top of that, it doesn't do those roads that aren't in the system, like the roads in front of my house and in front of a lot of other houses in the county.
Right.
So the real cost to do this is really a lot higher. I mean, this really understates the problem in the county. But $216 every man, woman, and child for the next 20 years, indexed at 5% a year, which is $10 or so next year.
That's per year. 216 per year.
Per year. CSAC's numbers are $660 per year for every man, woman, and child in
Yeah,
Tuolumne
we
County.
did that number.
Yeah.
So see, it is cheaper to live in Tuolumne County.
It's cheap. Yeah, it's cheaper to live in Tuolumne County than CSAC.
Just a couple comments. I think, the projects that you can get that money from Cal Recycling is something that probably should be moved up the list if they will pay for those chip seals. Is that's something that we're definitely going to go after?
Correct. That was our intent, is to gather enough roads to be able to meet the threshold. You have to have 40,000 square yards in order to receive 50 cents to the square yard. So it supplements that area,
Okay.
definitely.
And you're not asking for approval of any projects right now. It's just the report. Supervisor Hanvelt and Rodefer and Royce, raised the point of, we're not getting our money back. And the last I heard that Governor Brown has promised to step up and provide funds. Do we know where that program is going? Have we heard anything?
Which one is that?
Where Governor Brown is going to put transportation money available to counties for road repair. That was part of.
Did he decide not to spend $100 billion on high-speed rail and just fix
well,
our?
we know that's an easy solution, but that's not going to happen.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know the status of Governor Brown's proposal at this point. Obviously, the state budget is being reviewed right now and it's up for consideration. But the CTC did appoint a committee that is to look at alternative funding for primarily road maintenance and other transportation needs. But their directive is that they aren't required to have a recommendation until June of 2018. And then the estimate would be that by the time some new idea was actually implemented, be closer to 2020. So we're looking at a long period of time before anything will come out of that. If the governor does make funds available, as you know, we can use them. We'll take any penny we can get.
Yeah, interestingly, that the first implementation would be 2020, and we would have a new governor headed into Sacramento. They can blame Jerry.
It's a good plan. Okay, any other questions? It's comment. Thank you for the presentation. I think the public needs to understand when they have a pothole out in front of their house that there's a reason behind it. It's not that we ignore it exists, but we only have X number of dollars to get out there and do the work.
We want them to call Jerry Brown's office when they
Yeah.
have a pothole.
Call Jerry.
But Chairman Gray, I really appreciate your comment, and I think that's absolutely true. But the truth of the matter is, when they hit a pothole and damage their car, they really don't care that we don't have enough money.
Oh, I understand, and I believe that the road department, when it gets to be that bigger issue, they do throw some black stuff in there, but it's not like rebuilding the road of what it really needs. So we have a problem. It's not going away. It's getting bigger. That's the point. And the issue of whether you want to have a local tax that you can take the money and fix the roads, is that better than waiting 20 years and hope that you have money when you no longer have a road? I don't know. Those are the decisions that we have to make somewhere out there on what's the best approach.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just mention, as you know, you made a big investment in that pavement management program 2 years ago.
Yep.
And we made the commitment to keep that up to date. It's our intent to bring this type of report, every 2 years at a minimum, so that you can track what may unfortunately be declining PCI of our roads. But I think it's very important that this data be made available not just to you, but to your constituents, so that they do understand, or at least have the information to better understand the condition of our roads and why we simply can't maintain them the way we'd all like to see them maintained.
Yes, thank you. And all of this information up there on that slide it comes from the pavement management plan, and those are the ones that rise to the service.
Not just because they're District 4.
So
just for timing for you, the chairman, right?
I just want to make that clear.
So, you're losing credibility.
Yes. I want to remind you that we did a lot of work in District 5 last year. So
you didn't see me
those of us in
criticizing
District
you.
2 would
Not at
like
all.
to see some action.
All right. Any other questions? Any public comment? Okay. Thank you for that. Motion to accept the report.
Moved.
Hold it. What happens if we reject the report? I really wish you'd come back and give us a better report.
Do we file this with the state or something?
No, the state, as you know, puts out a report, and they've been doing that every 2 years. And this is our way to keep you and the public informed. But there is no one to file this. I mean, we could send it, but
So we really don't have to approve it. It's just
Accept that we have it.
Can we put this?
well, you're accepting is what we're saying. It's not approving. You're
I
accepting
accept it.
Can we?
Actually, this is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is unacceptable. But can we put this report on our website?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll call for the vote to accept the report. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Reports.
Oh, can we go back to 19?
Oh, 19, that's
Here's
right.
a
We
modified
have-
letter coming down.
We have one that we have.
19 is consideration of approving correspondence to the State Department of Housing and Community Development offering the County of Tuolumne's comments on the draft National Disaster Resilience Competition Phase 1 application related to the 2013 Rim Fire.
Hi, good afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. When I was before you today earlier, we talked about several changes that you wanted in regards to our comments, and those have been incorporated for you and passed out for your review again. To go over the changes that were asked, we looked at some of the bullet points. So, for example, what was added to this was under bullet point number 2, when we talked about the targeted areas for this application, we included a little more. What I did is included a little more description on why we felt that the whole county should be included in this application and not just the area of the rim fire and the evacuation zones. We added bullet number 3 that talks about a balanced approach of restoration activities and preservation type measures. We included in the economic development category, that was referring back to the slide that you guys saw in the PowerPoint presentation, that we wanted under that category to include the concept of multi-use benefits of public lands, and make sure they included that.
So maybe I misspoke.
Okay.
I wanted to include the term multiple uses. They're not benefits; those are legislative uses.
Okay.
And so just so that we are looking at the broad array, all of the multiple uses that are allowed on the public lands.
And Mo, on the previous bullet, instead of the word include, I would recommend we use the word reflect.
Okay.
Okay, everybody okay with those changes?
Oh, and then I had some more. So we included bullet number, the next one down, we included inclusion of the tribal bands. And then there was also a comment to be made that the need to be sensitive to the environmental resilience of the landscape by utilizing all applicable mechanisms to achieve efficient biomass generation. And then in the second to the last paragraph, the last sentence was added that says, further, we believe investment in these efforts will have far-reaching positive implications to other communities in California and other western states who have experienced similar catastrophic wildland fires. So those were the changes that were made to this letter.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
I move to approve.
Second.
First, second. Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Okay, reports. Supervisor Rotifer, we're going to give you first.
Okay. With your indulgence, I'm trying to keep this down to about 2 to 3 minutes, but I think it's important. As most of you already know, last week I attended the National Institute of Corrections pony training, which is a 4-week course on how to build a new jail, basically. I went with 4 other members of our county staff. Our attendees, besides myself, were Sheriff Jim Mealy, Bill Pooley, who's the undersheriff, Tammy McKeag, who's our jail commander, and also Mo Frank, who represented the CAO's office and is actually our team coordinator, I believe. Is that the right? Okay, team coordinator for our jail team, construction team. Also at the course were representatives from 5 counties from across the United States. Graham, Arizona; Carlton, Minnesota. Did I get that right, Mo? Dickinson, Kansas; and Cook County, Illinois, which is Chicago, basically. Cook County had 8 people there. We had our 5, but the other 3 had the 4 that are funded by Nick. Other than the sheriff, who paid his way, all of us were funded by Nick, and it was a pretty good deal. They provided breakfast and dinner every day, and the hotel and flight there and back. The structure of the classes, again, was 4 days with half of a day exception. It was classroom kinds of instruction, probably about 50-50 instruction, classical instruction, and then the other 50% of the time was group exercises. Interestingly enough, they did 2 different kinds of group exercises, which actually was very, very instructive. About, I'd say, 2/3 of the group exercises were team exercises. So Tuolumne County would go off in a room, and everybody else would go off in their room, and we'd go through a portion of planning for a jail construction project. For instance, doing a needs study or something like that. The other third were functional area teams. So the elected supervisors or commissioners would go off and they'd work a problem together, and the sheriffs would go off and they'd work a problem together. The county administrators would go off, they'd work a problem together, and the jail commanders would go off and they'd work a problem together. And a good example of that was the exercise that we did. I believe it was the last day, but down one side were different decision matrices in the process, and across the top of the matrix were the different functional areas, and then everybody had to answer who was the decision maker, who was the coordinator, who was the facilitator, who got informed, and all of that stuff. And it was the reason that the different kinds of team makeups were interesting was it gave us all, I think, a perspective of, it gave us an opportunity to work as a team when we worked as a team, but it also gave us a perspective of how different people in different functional areas have different opinions on some really key issues of how the process ought to work. And those differences were pretty common across all the counties. It wasn't like Cook County did their business significantly different than we did. But it also gave us an opportunity to talk through some of the issues that we're going to confront as we go through this, okay? And so I just wanted to give you that structure because I want to tell you what my takeaways are. And these are mine. I'd encourage the board to talk to the other participants from the county to get their takeaways, but one-on-one or however you want to do it. But my takeaways were, one, that little exercise about the command and control issues where we had the different functional areas coming up with different ideas on who ought to be the decision maker and who, all of that stuff. It really struck me on the importance that we really do have a good understanding on our team, and I believe we do, that the need to understand each other's roles and the importance that each element of that team brings to the solution set. We really need to have an agile and distributive decision management authority as we go through it, especially when we get into the construction. If we're going to stay on budget and we're going to stay on time, because if we don't stay on time, we won't stay on budget. If we're going to do that, there's going to be some trades that are going to happen as we go through there. We're going to find out, well, we can do it this way, but it's going to cost this amount of money, and we're going to do it this other way, and you can save some money, and then we can spend that money over here where you want to do something else that's really important to you. We really need to have the right people making those decisions. I don't run a jail, okay? And a lot of those decisions are going to be on what's the trade space on some functionality in that jail. County administrator does not run the jail. Those decisions need to be made by Tammy or whoever is the person that's in that position at the time. But there are some issues when, okay, we're going to have to go over budget. That's going to have to come back to the board. That's going to have to be worked through the administrator. So we just need to have, we don't need to be bumping heads and internally conflicting. We need to be working together, and we need to have a very, very strong sense of trust. And that was the beauty of the team that we had out there. I really believe we have that. That was the second takeaway that I had. Working with these folks for 4 days. I mean, I know them all, and I've worked with them all individually. And I had going in a great deal of respect individually for each member of that team. I came out of there with more respect, not just for them as individuals, for their subject matter expertise, but also their willingness to work together and as a team and their ability to do that. It was very, very clear, and I was very proud of our team. I really was, and I still am, and will continue to. One of the other takeaways that I got, and this is something, I know we're planning for the transition, but what really struck me, and I have to say, I think that this is the one area that we really need to take a look at. The transition from the old jail to the new jail is going to be longer than I ever thought it would be, and it's going to start earlier and probably last longer, okay? And the reason is because we're building a whole new system, jail system, than what we've got. There is a tremendous amount of training. Some of that training has to be done in the new facility, and that new facility has to get to a certain point of construction before you can do that. And at the same time that we're doing all of that training, and before we do the training, by the way, we got to do the syllabi of training, the planning for the training, and all of that. That's going to take a lot of time. The day the jail gets the keys to the jail gets handed over to Tammy is not. It's not the next day that we're going to move inmates in. There's going to be a period of time where we're operating two jails. One where we're training our jail personnel in how to operate in a new system that is dramatically different than the one that they're operating in right now, and still maintaining the inmates in the old jail. And then once you get everybody into the new jail, there's going to be a period of time, even after we get all the inmates in there and we're just operating that one, and Mo and Tammy and Carl and Jim Mealy are doing the wrecking ball on the old jail. We've already decided we're going to have a big ceremony to do that, and you all are invited to participate, obviously. But there's still training going on, and there's still some shakeouts and learning that's going on in that facility. And all of that involves some additional people and some additional funding. And I just want to make sure that we review the planning that we've done, and we've captured all of that. And then the last thing that we were very fortunate to do, that half day that I said that we weren't in class, we toured a relatively new jail. It was originally built in the mid-2000 something. I think it was 2003. And renovated, believe it or not, in 2011, or added on to in 2011. And San Francisco is not the only combined city-county. What was the name of it, Mo? Can you remember the name? Broomfield. Broomfield, Colorado is a microcosm of San Francisco. It is both a county and a city. This happened to be the city jail, but it was the county jail too. They just called it the city jail. I saw two things there that were dramatic to me, and one was, and I saw it in the classroom presentations as well, was that we are building a prison. We're not building a jail. Okay, all these other counties are building a jail. Broomfield's jail was a jail. We're building a prison because we have to house felons, and so some of the functionality and everything is going to be different. But the other thing that I saw that we saw that I've only toured our jail, but the rest of the team has toured several jails in California, new jails. We saw some design features that we have not seen anywhere in California, and are very attractive design features that we may want to incorporate. One of them that I'll mention in particular was split day facilities. So you would have a two-story kind of an arc of cells above, cells below, and in front of each of the cells out on decks were 2 day facilities. So you could have split population groups. So you would have one up above and one down below. And then in front of them, you would have another day facility on the ground floor. So you could actually further separate and segregate people if you needed to do that. According to the team, they had never seen that anywhere in California. So as in closing, I think it was a tremendously valuable thing. I've got some suggested improvements that I'll share with Nick. They're not germane to you folks, but I want the county to know that the time that we spent, because it wasn't our money, but the time that we spent outside the county doing this, I think will reap tremendous rewards. And I hope that we all are around whenever this jail gets done, because I don't want to see this team break up. This team is a tremendous team, very talented, and they work very well together. And the best we can do is stay out of their way. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Brennan?
So yeah, just a couple of things. I'm sure everyone is aware of the work that's going on in Courthouse Park and moving along with
Is there
that
something
project.
going on there?
And I had a lot of correspondence, and so I just want about how the firm was chosen, and so I just wanted the public to understand that the county did reach out to 6 of our local firms. They were contacted and asked to participate. There were 5 firms that attended the bid walk. Of those 5, 2 were local. At the end of the day, 1 bid was submitted. And I just want to remind everybody that there were some time issues that were really important in starting this project and getting it done. I personally have concerns when I look at the 2 giant sequoia trees out there. They've got a lot of brown needles on them, and I am hoping that with following up on the recommendation that we've received, getting some substantial amounts of water on them, that we won't lose them. but I am concerned, and I just want to point out that reducing the population in that small area, reducing the density, is really going to be key to the health of the overall park. So I want to thank all of you for supporting that effort. The other thing that I would report on real quickly is we had a Vision Sonora meeting last Thursday. I would remind everyone that those are held on the fourth Thursday of the month at 9 a.m. down at City Hall. There was a lot of discussion about centered around parking, and parking in particular on Washington Street and downtown. Those conversations will be ongoing. They are just beginning the environmental review process, so now is the time to provide input. They are specifically looking at two projects at this time, and that is the South Stockton Street corridor and Lionel-Burke Street. And so if you are interested, please be part of the process. And you can access all of the information on the city website. That's it.
Supervisor Royce. All right. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was after the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I went over to Stryker Court with Chief Spear. I think he's a chief now, or he's about to be, and Dennis Randall and a bunch of volunteers. I just want to let you know these people are putting together a program to go out and recruit volunteers for the county and try to make something happen for firefighting. That's important. Supervisor Royce mentioned the CSAC meeting, the pertinent option or issues for us there. Last week I went to Chico State to join the Forest Service Region 5 Sustainable Forest Action Coalition in Chico State University in a workshop on the socioeconomic values and, if you will, upgrading the socioeconomic analysis supporting forest management. That was very interesting. It'll be more interesting to see what happens with it as opposed to just words. And yesterday, something, if you haven't done it, I encourage you to do this, and that is I did Read Across America at Solseyville School, and that's a rewarding experience. I've been doing it every year since I've been a supervisor, and I encourage you all to do that.
Okay. Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to add on to what Supervisor Brennan was talking about with the park. I think she covered the contracting, pretty well. We actually ended up we counted them up. It was actually 7 local contractors were notified. There's only one of those 7 that said they did not receive notice. But you chronicled it well. We did receive the one bid. Unfortunately, it was much higher than what we originally budgeted for the job. But I think by all accounts, if you see what's going on in the park, they're doing a fabulous job, very professional. We have an arborist on site at all times. I know it wasn't just about getting the work done, but getting it done correctly. So the contractor has an arborist on site, and actually I've seen him up in the trees personally doing some of the work with the crews, really paying attention to make sure this is done correctly. I did want to. I just passed out what's a revised budget because of the the cost of the actual tree work. That line was unfortunately almost double the original estimate for it. There are so that really has the effect of increasing the what we're going to spend on the park from $43,000 to $66,000. That's not including the security camera project that had its own funding. Now, I'm going to just point out that part of that is we were looking at this as the park was being cleaned up. The old wood garbage cans receptacles that are out there, thought it'd be nice if we sharpened that up, put some nice metal receptacles out there. That's a $4,000 cost. It was not previously thought of, but I think it would really clean things up. The board had made the suggestion to actually go with sod rather than seeding. That's a pricey item. It's about $5,000 more than if we were to seed. Those two lines alone are about half of the overage, but we think that would improve the overall quality of the project. As I mentioned the sod, that gets to the issue of, are we really ready to put grass of any type, in there because of the water situation? And this is interesting because back to the point the Supervisor Brennan was making, is we've been told by at least 3 arborists now we've got to get water on those trees or we're going to have problems, and particularly the giant sequoia in the quadrant near the bus stand. The redwood, it's a giant coastal redwood. They actually commented that's doing remarkably well because they're known for taking a lot of water. But the giant sequoia in particular, they want us to get water on it. They're doing work in that quadrant today and tomorrow, and they asked us not to soak it while they're working in that quadrant. So we've held off, but you actually see some bales that are around there. So as soon as they're out of there, we're going to start really saturating around that tree, ultimately all the trees. But they're saying that we can't just do a one-time water job here, that we're going to have to start watering that particular park or we will jeopardize the other trees that are in the park. That kind of suggests that maybe that's the one area that we do make sure it does get watered this coming year. The restrictions that I'm hearing from TUD are far less than what we did this last year. But this would be the kind of time we have not ordered anything yet. But we ought to be getting to ordering that sod soon if we're going to move forward with it. So unless I hear otherwise, we're going to continue with the plan to put grass in the park just to sharpen that thing up. And also with it, we intend to water. We need to deal with the trees, get water down to those trees anyway. The other thing I wanted you to know, I sent Ed Hogue, our facilities manager, over to the HPRC meeting last night just to give them, Historic Preservation Review Commission, just to give them an update of what was going on. And I'll just summarize saying they were very displeased in the sense that we did proceed with taking out the number of trees that we did. Now we did there's 7 total coming out, but we're replanting 1 in the quadrant that has the monument in it. But that decision's been made. We're moving forward with it. From there, I think they misinterpreted something that I talked to Ed about. The comments we've received from taking the hedges out have been, I've not heard anyone complain about that. They said that it looks wonderful. You have a good, clear view through the park. And what I've heard from people that have been traveling through the park, they love it. So he said, well, let's just get the grass down and see what it looks like. Doesn't mean we're not going to put the hedge back, but just see what it looks like. And then ask the question one more time, do we put the hedges back in? That's not a decision not to do the hedges. It's a decision, let's see what it looks like. I think that was misinterpreted. The hedges are out, and that's just a final decision, and that's not a decision. It's just want to delay it to see how it looks, and then let's talk about it. I did make the call when I think Supervisor Brennan was there the night we took the HPRC out for a walk in the park. And I remember talking about the flagpole that was out there. Most people didn't even realize there was a flagpole out there because it was so hidden in the trees. It's been there for a long time. It's tall. None of the rigging was still there, slightly warped. We've tried to see if we could get engineers to give us the calculations necessary structurally that would substantiate moving it and relocating it, either by the courthouse or perhaps in the center circle. That was not possible. And I did make a game time call to go ahead and have them remove that flagpole. We can still put one back in the park at some point if the board would like us to do that. But that was taken out. I think that was something the HPRC was in particular not happy about. But that was a call. It's something we did talk about. But I believe they felt strongly that there should have been more consultation on that. So it is done, but otherwise, I'm not happy. The HPRC is not happy, but the big decisions your board already made, and we made that publicly. Here we're moving on it. I think they're doing a great job out there. And in the next 2 months, I think the community is going to see a park that they're going to be very pleased with, thinned out, healthier for the long term. It's going to look wonderful. If we do proceed with the grass, our intention is to put that security fencing around it, make it look nice, but keep people off it until that sod really takes root. Otherwise, we'd just, be putting it in and watching it get trashed from all the people that come there, particularly for Roundup. So that's an update. As this thing progresses, we'll give you periodic updates, but I think they're doing great work out there. No, sir.
Yes, thank you. Last week, Carlin, Leah, and I attended the Fundamental Body Language and Paralanguage training that was sponsored by CRA, and I wanted to thank them because it was a really good training. The last few weeks, Carlin's been working on code compliance issues, surveyor issues, and updating some county bid documents. Chris has responded to a pitches motion for the sheriff's office, worked on some conservatorship medical consent items, as well as dealing with a lot of our outside litigation and claims. Cody continues to working on the juvenile matters and had one contested hearing last week. And I wanted to announce that the Ninth Circuit finally set the Center for Biological Diversity versus Higgins, the rimfire case, for oral argument May 11th at 9 a.m. in San Francisco. So Supervisor Gray and I will be going down for that. And also, at the last meeting, I think it was Supervisor Brennan asked me to contact Tulare County about the rental issue on the drought, and I spoke with one of their deputy county councils. They're being told the exact same thing from Cal OES as our county is. So, but at least we're in contact with Tulare now in case there's any movement. And then last Friday, I attended a Northern California County Council roundtable meeting in Oroville. There were at least 15 county councils present. I actually drove with the Calaveras County Council, so she and I have been talking about TOLIC issues. So hopefully we can address something with Calaveras staff and the board.
I probably need to talk to you before the 7th, because I'm going to go to the TOLIC meeting on this, see what you two have talked about.
Okay, Clerk, nothing to report. Short one from me. I want to thank Mr. Pedro for coming to Groveland the other night for a 6 o'clock meeting and probably getting home about 9:30 or 10. But it was on, with the Groveland Community Service District, it was on looking at different ways to run the CAL FIRE program from Schedule A, from an Amador plan to a Schedule A. I think it was a very good meeting, a lot of good, nice comments about the work that CAL FIRE is doing up there. And the other one is a chamber meeting last Thursday. Debbie Russell came up and gave a presentation on our surplus sales, which was, Debbie Russell Batista, on how we handle surplus sales, and it was well received. And also, Kanan Whitman was there, and a lot of information traded that evening. So good event. That's my report. Meeting adjourned.